Hello? Hello? I don't know why I always start my streams like I'm submitting an entry log in a post-apocalyptic game, and I'm one of those people that's died long ago, but I have to cement the narrative with an entry log. I don't know why I always start my streams like that, but hello? Hello? Hi? Oh my gosh. For some reason, before I started the stream, I was like, I'm full of energy. I'm fine. Like, I'm normal. But then as soon as I started the stream, something just... I think it's because I was sitting in silence, and for some reason, I'm... Entry log 512. We stream another day. May the art gods guide us. Exactly. Hello, Peehee. It's lovely to see you. Also, I am going to close my closet door, because that looks kind of freaky. There we go. Nice, smooth background. Can't let the hobgoblins out. She hob on my goblin till I come out. Anyway, how are we feeling? How are we doing? Oh my goodness, I've had a week. Ugh. I hope for everyone's she hob on my goblin till I crumb bump Dublin. Damn, let him cook. Wait, let Peehee cook. I don't know. Eminem's been pretty silent ever since Peehee dropped that comment, is all I'm saying. That's an awfully hot coffee pot. Anyway, I've had an interesting week, and I would love to talk about it, because this week was actually not... There was nothing, like, eventful that happened this week that changed my life, per se. There was no, like, major occurrence that altered the trajectory of my life. It's just, sometimes you watch a movie, or you play a game, or you listen to some music, or something. You consume something that you don't even intend for it to affect you. It was just, oh, like, I have no expectations for this. I am going into it with just, like, this is going to be background, or, like, this is just going to be to pass the time, you know? And so, what you do with it is that you watch it, you experience it, and then you're kind of like, wait a minute. Hey, hold on a second. And then you stop drawing and you start only just watching the movie, and then you're like, I want to, like, grab my laptop screen like this, and, like, oh my gosh. Just, like, does that ever happen? I know my autism has had an absolute roller coaster today, and I feel like it's just me being silly. Well, Peehee, go wild. My stream is very, whatever your autistic brain and heart desires. So if you feel like being a little silly here, go silly. Anyway, so I hope the music accompanying this is fitting, because I bought the Lego The Opposite today. Okay, I love that for you, but I need to not get distracted. Okay. For some reason, I was in the mood for romance films, because I had, I had like a little girls' weekend the other day, where my roommates and my brother's girlfriend, we all watched Bridgerton together, because they've watched Bridgerton, and I have not. So, like, I love romance. Like, it may seem like I'm too cool to like, like classical romance, but I love that shit. And me and Peehee are having two parallel streams right now. Love that for you. It's the equivalent of having Subway Surfers on one side of the screen and ASMR, like, Jello on the other side. That's what Peehee and I are doing right now. Anyway, so I was, like, looking at romance stuff. I was looking at romance animes, romance movies, for some reason I was just into it. I think the Bridgerton influenced me. But personally, I don't think I have to start from the beginning to give it a fair shot, and I plan to do that. Got to keep those ADHDers in check. We're doing this for y'all. There's a I'm the A plot. There's a B plot going on in the comments right there. Enjoy that part of the screen. But so I watched Lisa Frankenstein, I believe on Tuesday in it. I was looking through my favorite legal website, and I was looking through the romance section, and I thought, oh, that's a movie a title that I recognized. But I assumed because and apparently this was a common misconception, I assumed it was some kind of weird psychedelic Lisa Frankenstein thing because of its title, and so I wasn't personally into it. I never saw any trailers or anything, but I saw it and I was like, oh, like the aesthetic is interesting. So I went ahead and I watched it, and I was like drawing while I was doing it, but then after a moment I was like, put the pen down, looking at the top monitor, engrossed, brain rot, and I have to say, it was the first movie I've watched in a very long time, and I'm going to talk about this experience without spoiling the movie, because I genuinely, if you have not seen it, I genuinely urge you to give it a chance. That's all. So I'm going to try to make the experience better by not spoiling it. But it was the first movie I've seen in a while in which it wasn't that I could predict what would happen. It's that in my head, I was like, oh my god, it would be so cool if this happens. And it did happen. And I was like, bruh. It was so... Oh, it was... If I can... this movie is... And I described this on Twitter. It's like a weird mishmash of Heathers and Phantom of the Opera. Let me explain that statement. It has Phantom of the Opera vibes because it has that Beauty and the Beast aesthetic. It has, like... the girl and the monster, quote unquote. It has that like tragic romance element, but it also has a Heathers element because it takes place in the 80s, and I wouldn't say it's much of a black comedy as Heathers is, but it is very much a comedy. So it is this nostalgic comedy. And also, like Heathers, you kind of have this slightly murderous, you know, morally main pair there. But I was pleasantly surprised because, unlike Phantom of the Opera and unlike Heathers, and I love them both, they're my biggest guilty pleasures, I have... This is really embarrassing, so don't tell anyone, but I have always been such a fan of, like, not the bad boy, but, like, the tragic boy, like, the yearning boy. And so that's why Phantom of the Opera always had my heart in a fucking chokehold. Because now I can watch Phantom and not cry as much, because ultimately, like, I recognize the Phantom as more so pathetic than anything, and so it makes me laugh. Like, when I watched the Phantom of the Opera movie for the first time, I cried. I, like, sobbed. I was like, oh my god, it's so tragic. And I listen to the soundtrack now. I love the soundtrack. I listen to it now, and I'm like, I hear the Phantom, like, weeping and pissing and coming in his pants because of all the sad thing he's going through, and I'm like, bro. You're so... That is a grown-ass man with dick and balls. He cannot take care of himself. For some reason, whenever, like, there's a particular scene in Phantom of the Opera. Hi, Royal! I'm talking about, my week. Very relevant. This is gonna be a very talky intro to the stream, because I feel like talking. But, I remember re-listening to a part of the Phantom of the Opera where basically the Phantom... This is the part in the play where Christine and Raoul... Christine's like, oh my god, I'm so scared. The Phantom is killing people, and I'm afraid he's gonna hurt me too. And then Raoul, our sweet precious boy Raoul, is like, don't worry, Christine. You know, I'll help you. And it's actually pretty beautiful. It's something that I've learned to recognize and appreciate over the years, is that when the Phantom sings, he is you know, in a way, trying to seduce Christine to him, but he's also not giving her a lot of agency. He's saying, like, you know, like, open your eyes and come to this world where I am and save me from the darkness, you know? Like, that's what the fan vibe is. It's kind of sexy of him, but that's his vibe. But Raul's vibe, if you really listen to what he says, it's like, let me into your world. Like, if you can, like, allow me to help you, like, I want to help you. A lot of his words have a specific wording to them that is in contrast to the Phantom, where Raul, sorry, I could talk about the fucking Phantom of the Opera all day, and this is my stream, so that's what we're doing. But Raul's words are very, like, he is asking for consent. He is not trying to seduce. He is saying, hey, listen to me, it's going to be okay, I can help you if you'll let me. And so it's a very sweet song when Raul and Christine sing a duet, and musically that's important, that they sing a duet together, because Christine and Phantom, they don't get a duet to further illustrate the power imbalance. Are you guys enthralled yet? Anyway, so after they sing that duet, and Christine is like, man, Raul, I love you, baby. And Raul's like, hell yeah, we're gonna get married because we're besties. And then the Phantom has been listening. This music is actually really apropos. I should have this music on for the entirety of whatever the hell I'm saying. So the couple frolic off, and the Phantom, turns out, was listening in the shadows. And he specifically says something like, I gave you my music. And I remember when I was younger, I was like, oh, the poor Phantom. But now when I hear it, all I can think about is, like, I showed you my music. Like when a guy, like, shows you his dick pic and he's like, I showed you my penis, please respond. Please respond. Like, that's what I feel now whenever I hear him say, like, I showed you my music. Like, he's so pathetic. And that's why Phantom of the Opera, I showed you my music, please respond. Yeah, exactly. Hello, Fishy. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. This is very important because I watched Lisa Frankenstein, and this is a Lisa Frankenstein prelude to the stream because I need to talk about it to someone. And if I know you guys at all, you guys tune in to hear me say shit, and if I got some shit for you, this is it. Anyway, so I was talking about the Phantom of the Opera because ultimately it's the ultimate sad boy gothic romance. But when you think about it, it ultimately has a happy ending because they don't get together. The Phantom is not someone who he's too codependent, and he's too abusive, and he's too, like, narcissistic, and, like, it would not work out. So this is like a sad boy dark romance where ultimately it shouldn't work out because it's too edgy, you know? And similar to Heathers. And I like Heathers a lot because it particularly portrays the boy as, you know, like Jason Dean, as edgy and troubled and clearly, like, needs help, but it doesn't handhold him through it. Kind of like the, you know, like the original Phantom of the Opera book. It treats him like, oh, I gave you a chance, but, you know, you just kept killing people and showed no remorse. So the main character is gonna be like, I'm cutting you off. I'm done, you know? We, as ladies, and as anyone attracted to men, to problematic men, you should not be trying to fix men, you know? That should be the life goal of everyone. And so, luckily, in the Heathers movie, Veronica Sawyer saw Jason Dean kill more people, like, that he could not excuse. And then she was like, I'm gonna bounce. This has been alright. I'm gonna bounce. And then she leaves. And ultimately, he becomes the villain of the movie. Because, you know, as much as they loved each other, ultimately, he had chances to be a good person, and his actions were ultimately irredeemable. And so that is the tying connection between Phantom of the Opera and Heathers, is that not only are they both like genre edgy, but also they feature a main romance that ultimately doesn't and shouldn't work out for the best. And so that's what kind of sucks about liking those two pieces of media, because on one hand I'm like oh the romance, it's like juicy, like ooh, but at the same time I see people saying like, oh my god, I love them together, and like, oh my god, they should have been together, and I'm like, nani? 조금 기다리세요. I feel like what you're saying and the message that you're getting out of this, although you are wrapped up in the whirlwind romance of it all, I feel like you are not understanding the point of the story and the ending, and that these boys are ultimately too problematic to stay with, and like the whole point that was the whole point. And I know people are gonna be like, but what if there was an ending where we could have, it could have worked out? And it's like, yeah, but it wouldn't have been as good if it worked out. The whole point is that they're, edgy and tragic. Anyway, and Jay-Z fucking kills himself. That's literally the ending of the movie is so fucking good. And that's why I'm not gonna get into this too much, but that is why I sort of resent the musical Heathers, because the musical Heathers, it obviously needs to take some creative liberties, because having a black comedy movie versus a Broadway stage musical, you're going to have to do some tonal things to make it fit the medium. And so movies, it can be action filled, it can be gritty, but ultimately the tone for a musical, it has to be emotional, it has to be sweeping, it has to be grand. And that's why in the musical, in the Heathers musical, Jason Dean is meant to be much more sympathetic and much more like a tragic figure than he is in the movie, where he is painted like a teenager, realistically, a troubled one, but a teenager nonetheless. But ultimately, the movie doesn't forgive him for what he does. I feel like the musical, just from the nature of its adaptation and the medium itself, it portrays the romance less as like a, oh, that's fucked up, and more of like a, oh, what could have been? Oh, what could have been? And I kind of hate that about it, because it whoopifies Jason Dean. It makes him more of a, like, oh, he sacrificed himself. Oh my god, what could have been? And in the movie, yeah, he sacrifices himself, but Veronica's staring at him like, okay, bitch, do it. That oh, okay, you tried to kill me. We're both outside of school. You're still trying to pull moves on me. And I'm just like, whatever, blow up, bitch. And the end of the musical, Veronica's like, no, one more chance, baby. And I hate that. I genuinely do. I think as much as I am a sucker for relationships like that, I think it is important to portray like the problematic versions of those relationships and just commit to it, As I just... Royal Wildfire, you haven't seen the Heathers movie? If you've seen the Heathers musical and not the movie, I can't say you're guaranteed to enjoy the other if you've enjoyed one. I actually first watched the Heathers musical before watching the Heathers movie, and when I watched the musical, I was like, oh, this is pretty good. And then I watched the movie, and I was like, wait a minute. We could have had this? We could have had a much grittier, like, let me just say, Heathers came out in, I would say, the 90s or the 2000s, but that movie was it was pulling no punches, and I almost really admire it for that. I've listened to the soundtrack of the musical. As someone with, a YouTube channel such as mine, I'm sure that, like Tix, there are like musical animatic song waves that come out of me whenever you witness me, so I don't blame you for being musical adjacent with the Heathers. Heathers came out in 1988. Oh, that was a banger. Anyway, so what I'm trying to say is that I am summarizing Heathers and Phantom of the Opera because those are both, in my opinion, compelling and good stories that have this romantic element but ultimately end with the couple not being together for good, for the right reason. And I am a big proponent of that message of them not being together for that reason. But there's still a part of me that's like, I wish we had a story where there was kind of like an edgy girl who meets an even edgier boy, and there's kind of like this murdery stuff happening, you know, murder, it happens. But like, it's kind of like a mutual thing. It's not a Phantom where there's an age difference and there's a weird father issue thing, and they're just, and the one of them is just like a complete angel and is not complicit. And it isn't the Heathers where one of them is just clearly killing for their own agenda. Like, I've always been fascinated by the idea of a couple in a dark romance story where one of them is killing for the sake of the other, but it's not black and white in that they're just killing and the other one's like, hey, stop it. What the hell? Stop. It's weird. But the other one's like, but you did kill that one person I really hated? Hold on now. And you killed the other person, and I helped you then. We did do it together, and it was kind of romantic. Is Sweeney Todd like that? Sweeney Todd is I would say Sweeney Todd initially is like that, in that it features a Mr. Edgy Depp and his Harley Quinn GF, but it is not a musical in which those two are like the lovers. It is a musical where he is the main sad boy, and there is a Misa-like girl who is helping him and yearning for his affections, but ultimately not getting it. So I wouldn't say it's like Sweeney Todd, but Bonnie and Clyde type deal. Yes, ultimately. I think I've always been, yeah, Bonnie and Clyde, but with that, like, how do I put this? But with that Hot Topic edge. You know how Phantom of the Opera and Heathers is like, oh, I want me an emo boy, you know? Like Bonnie and Clyde, but with an emo boy. Is that all? Is that, you know, that's all I want. I'm sorry. Sometimes I tell people, I tell chat that I am a recovering straight girl, and that's why I talk about things like Phantom of the Opera with much knowledge and guidance and perspective, because I was there. I was in the heterosexual trenches when I was but a wee tween. So I understand. I can observe these dynamics in fiction, see what's appealing about them, and enjoy them, while simultaneously not romanticizing or advocating for the more abusive parts of it. Saying climbing out of the trenches, get me out! Let me out! Let me... Anyway, so, again, I went into this, for some reason, my mind, it's called Lisa Frankenstein. I believe it's called Lisa Frankenstein because it's a reference to, what is it? It's that movie from the 90s or 80s where they made, like, the perfect woman and her name was Lisa. It's like that reference. It doesn't have to do anything with Lisa Frank, actually. It just rolls off the tongue. But for some reason, when I'm thinking of, like, what was the movie called again? Blank Frankenstein? For some reason, I'm like, was it called Anne Frankenstein? And I'm like, no! Why would it be called that? Stupid. Anyway, excuse me. That was an intrusive thought. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is, Lisa Frankenstein features... Hi, Eldridge! Hello! Lisa Frankenstein is a movie that I watched once while drawing, and then a second time like 2 days after, and then a third time 1 day after, and the third time I watched it, I legitimately cried. I cried, and it wasn't because I was like scared or because like I didn't know what was coming. I knew what was coming, and I cried anyway. And I'm not gonna spoil anything from the film, but I just want to say that the movie gets surprisingly tender at times, and like the visuals and the soundtrack and the acting, like it all culminated, and I just weeped. And it was specifically that third time I watched it that I just weeped. And I don't think a movie has done that to me in a very long time. And again, I reminded you, I have cried to the Phantom of the Opera movie when I was young, and I was like, oh my god, the Phantom, you know. And like, I've tried watching other like romantic things and not really getting into it. I don't know why it was Lisa Frankenstein of all movies that, like, for some reason the romance in it just like it hit here. It hit my like edgy boy, hot topic, like monster fucker, like Heather's dark romance, forbidden Phantom of the Opera saying at the end of their third watch of Lisa Frankenstein, no, shut up, that's what it was. Ugh. And what I'm doing now is that I'm doing this in order to cope and to not watch it for the fourth fucking time. I've downloaded the soundtrack, and I gotta tell you, this movie, not only was it like romance-wise made for me because of what I mentioned before, it takes place in the 80s, and it has such a immaculate 80s vibe. I saw Inside Out 2 as well. I actually really enjoyed it. Slight, what is it? Sidetrack. But I think Inside Out 2 was better than Inside Out 1. Not because Inside Out 1 was flawed, per se, but I think Inside Out 2 just had more complex and interesting things to handle, as opposed to Inside Out 1, which is very... watching Disney movies during the boycott. Who says I watched it by giving money to Disney company? Of course. I mean, I would have loved to watch Lisa Frankenstein in theaters, but it's long been out of theaters. It came out this year, believe it or not. I did pirate it. Who do you think I am? Who lives in a scuba helmet under the sea? This bitch. And of course I pirate movies, especially Disney. Why do you think I haven't been posting anything about... Oh my gosh, hello! Seno has dropped bombs on my stream! The fish are flying everywhere! I didn't know there was a Disney boycott. I mean, there's like a general boycott, but... Hello, Seno Leaf! Hello! Oh, I love that you still have the little train, the train conductor little badge. The ocean is being bombed. Anyway, hello. I am talking about my week, and you're not seeing art because I want to... I love seeing fish fly around my stream, but actually, hold on. Let me contribute to that. Also, hi Sing in chat. Hi Seno, what were you doing? I will love to contribute to the bombs because I'm pretty sure I have a lot of stream avatar currency. But anyway, I'm not gonna talk too much about Lisa Frankenstein because I want people to watch it so I can talk to them about it. And that's the hard part. I want people to talk. We were drawing some Pokemon creepypasta. Ooh, creepy spooky. Ooh, I have no much stream money. Then here, let me give you guys some money. I'm specifically giving you money. You can do the command and jump to catch them, and then you can use it to gamble or bombs. Anyway, I'm not gonna talk too much about Lisa Frankenstein because, you know, I'm normal, and I understand that I'm in the public sphere, and that's not all you want me to talk about. But I enjoyed the movie. I have the soundtrack. I was listening to it at work today, and I still am getting emotional. Like, it's... what Phantom of the Opera was for me as a tween, Lisa Frankenstein is for me, like, as a person in my 20s. And it's, like, fucking me up how accurate that is. Because I remember listening to the Phantom of the Opera soundtrack when I was young, and, like, hearing, like, a specific part and going, oh my god. Oh my god. You know? I was so into it. But now I can hear the Lisa Frankenstein soundtrack and I can imagine the scene and the music is getting me and I'm thinking about it and I'm like, ooh, I'm ruined, Chad, I'm ruined. I hope everyone, actually, wait, what was the, what was it? Was it currency? Oh, it was, the command is !currency to check how much gold you have. That determines how much you can bomb, because I believe bomb requires 10 gold or something like that. We have determined Pokemon Crystal is the right game for Sun to start with, because a lot of the creepypastas have a gold, silver, crystal basis. It doesn't have too much going on to be overwhelming. Interesting. Hold on a second. I'm a complete Pokemon newbie, now that I'm asking this, but I actually didn't realize this. Is Crystal like the Emerald for Gen 2? For some reason, I never put that together in my head. Like, mentally, I always thought it was gold, crystal, I mean, gold, silver, and then crystal, like, was, like, snuck in there a little bit. But, oh, okay. That makes sense. Alright. The speedy yes in chat. I mean, like, we all are inflicted with the Pokemon autism. I see y'all. But that makes sense. And you know what? Yeah, that makes sense. I would say that after Crystal, Fire Red or Leaf Green would... I would say Crystal's a good starting point because it's pretty old. But if you want to have, like, a good sense of Gen 1, Fire Red and Leaf Green is a really good start as well. Because it's basically red and green, blue, or whatever. But with better graphics, you know, and all that. There was no third legend in Gen 2, Suicune was the main. It's also very pretty. The sprite work is stunning. Yeah. I don't think I've ever had Crystal. I do like the pro tag for, that represents... Wait. No. If I have my Pokemon trainers right, Gold is the boy, Crystal is the girl, and then Silver, he's the rival. Yes, I have that correct. Because that's like the first time that's... Not the first time, but, you know. It's a pretty unconventional, like, tripling thing that happens. But yes. We'll be grabbing a snack, be right back. Enjoy your snack! Silver, my beloved. Oh, we love our edgy boys with daddy issues! Come on! Come on! Anyway. I just want to conclude. He was my first fictional crushes. I definitely think that if my Phantom of the Opera talk, Silver sounds like my type of favorite character. I mean, if you want to talk about... If we want to turn this discussion from me greedily talking about, like, my interest to everyone talking about their fictional, like, romantic type, I'd be down with that. You know? He got better in the games. Renaming Gladion and How to Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. That's true. I mean, in a way, I weirdly miss having the, you know, having the pair of games that come out, and then the, like, forgive my analogy. It's like the first two games are the balls, and then you have the much more elegant, refined shaft at the third one. That is the third definitive edition, such as Crystal and Emerald. Illusion aside, I kind of miss that style of games where you would have a trio. I don't know, for some reason, things work well in threes when it comes to Pokemon for me, because Pokemon has such a strong, like, you know, like red, green, blue, Charizard, Squirtle, Bulbasaur, you know, all that. So, the third game was always the definitive edition, and I for some reason, I've always liked that. And I know that a part of it's like, well, the third game makes the first two games irrelevant, and I'm like, well, yeah, but when the first two games came out, they were useful then, but now we have the third one, and which is good for, you know, if you just wanna... I can't argue on behalf of it. In a way, it doesn't make sense to make three of the same game, but one of them is demonstrably better than the others. but I think it is good for games to have. I think it helped Pokemon, the earlier generations, to have a final version of the first time they tried that fixed things and was ultimately more definitive. I think that was good for Pokemon. I don't know if they lost money because of it or whatever. Persona 5 Royale to Persona 5, that's true. That's very true. I would love a Scarlet Violet third game that fixes everything. What would see, this is my problem with recent Pokemon games. They're too defined on the pair. Like, Black and White, what's the third gonna be? Gray? Sun and Moon, what's the third gonna be? Stars? Scarlet and Violet, what's the third gonna be? Olivine? I don't know. There's not a feasible third I can come up with for that pair. And it kind of sucks, because Pokemon is all about trios when you think about it. Oh yeah, X, Y, and... There's no letters that come after Y, so obviously that's why we didn't have a third game for the X and Y series. Anyway. Learning the alphabet was saying. Black and White 2 legit began as Pokemon Gray, but evolved into sequels to the other... This is just me. Maybe because I'm a Black and White purist, I don't like that the sequel was named Pokemon Black and White 2. I don't like that it was named that. It was named that, and then no other Pokemon game sequel was named 2. It just sticks out, and it's ugly to me. I would have totally preferred if it was called Pokemon Gray. Honestly, hand to my heart, hand, like, on the cross, Pokemon Stadium 2, well, that's a spin-off. I'm talking about mainline series. Come on, catch up. I would have preferred Sun 2 and Moon 2. I think I liked Fire Red and Leaf Green and Alpha Sapphire and Omega Ruby as names for sequels, but they weren't quite sequels. They were... what's the term? They were revivals. They were, you know, redoing it again. You know, remakes. That's what they're called. But for some reason, Pokemon Chocolate, Pokemon Chocolate, Vanilla, and Strawberry. And Strawberry will be the least favorite one of everyone because people hate Strawberry for some reason. Catch me outside playing Strawberry, motherfucker. I'm Team Strawberry Ice Cream all the way. I don't know why people hate it so much. Oh, and Strawberry has 0 fans. That means I'm dead, you know? The Neapolitan games. Hell yeah. I'm getting... okay, I'm talking about Pokemon from a very glistening black and sparkling white. Ooh. Wait, I kind of like that. Or like... Pokemon, like, Ebony and Ivory. Or Pokemon... they already had Pearl. Pokemon... Onyx and... what's a white gem? They already did Diamond and Pearl, which are, like, very white. Opal. Wait. Onyx? Opal? They both start with O. They both have 4 letters. Hold on. Hold on. Wait, why are we cooking? Kinda? Pokemon. Onyx is already the name of a Pokemon? When has that ever stopped Game Freak before, huh? So they couldn't really use it? Well, Onyx is the name of the gemstone, though. It's not Obsidian and Opal. Obsidian is kind of sexy. Like, the word Obsidian is very sexy. Am I the only one who misses when Pokemon games were like gemstones? I know it was only for 2 generations, but come on. There was something kind of, like, different about it. Of course, we're talking about Pokemon again. Hi, Safi. I love you, Safi. Yes, we are talking about Pokemon again. You can't tell me Obsidian doesn't sound delicious. I don't think it sounds delicious. Because when I think of Obsidian, I think of both Minecraft blocks and the rock. not Johnson, but like the rock obsidian. It does not evoke deliciousness. It evokes like cool black tar, like something very like the word. Nothing less. Yes. Anyway, hello. If you're just here, I was talking about something, and then now we're talking about Pokemon, because Pokemon is universal. Ooh, Pokemon Onyx, Pokemon Opal, and Pokemon Obsidian. It's in the Ooh region from Adventure Time. Nice. Shout out to Pokemon. Okay, let me rest. Let me rest. Oh, while I'm here, and I'm, not drawing, I was, and I'm gonna learn not to do this, because I would love a return to ore more than anything. Like, ore or color, Like, I know Scarlet and Violet return to color, but for some reason those colors don't do much for me. It's like, aura? What are you talking about? Omega. Oh, anyway, I'm gonna anything to show off like an Animal Crossing character. Okay. So, I'm not gonna make this mistake again. But is the reason based on Arizona? Oh, okay. I was experimenting with things in Vogue Race, and that's why you got such keychains as Kirby is Not Stupid, Jingle Jangle. But I found a section that was acrylic keychains, 3D, but they're like super thick, and so what I did was I took some of my old illustrations, the ones that I had with actual backgrounds, and I experimented, and look at that. I hope you can see it, but look. This is my Sentret drawing, and as you can see, it's a very, very thick acrylic. And as you can see, it's actually really interesting, and it came off like a fucking brick of a charm. So I have a bunch of these, and I feel like I should be selling them because I just have them, but I'm too embarrassed to make a listing. That's just like, I put some of my illustrations in in a machine that spit out keychains, and I don't even have a coherent like label for them. It's just like, look, like, if you recognize my my Melody one, it's the one with Melody and Kuromi, and it's like a cute little background. It's like a cute little guy, and I want to sell them or at least give them to someone, but I just have them. And don't get me wrong, I didn't spend too much money on them, but I gotta set up a stand somewhere, like an art fair, and then have these out so I can explain them in person and not show them off online and beg people to buy. Anyway, while I was talking about that, were people complaining about Pokemon chat again? Hey, come on. 5th gen Discord? Listen, you brought it up. I brought up naming Pokemon games, okay? I didn't say X game was good or X game was bad. I am innocent here. And if people want to talk about good things in Pokemon games or bad things in Pokemon games, you know what? Feel free to do so. Royal Wildfire, I appreciate the barking, but I feel that we can let us have a civil discussion about Pokemon that isn't just you shut up, okay? And obviously I don't want this to dissolve into negativity, but people are allowed to have critiques about Pokemon, and it can even be about your favorite generation. And I will concede that Gen 5 is one of my favorites, and we can have a back and forth, guys. We are not going to have Pokemon discourse that is, unhelpful. So we can have a discussion where one person says something, and another person, I feel like a teacher, another person says, I disagree, counter arguments, and then we can go from there. You feel what I'm saying? You get my vibe? Anyway, I'm only saying this. Oh, Tallulah's opinions are only with biased negativity. No. Oh, Tallulah, have you ever played Gen 5? if you haven't played the games but you are critiquing them specifically from what you have heard, I would, well, firstly, let's be nicer to each other. Okay, I beat that's just a very interesting sentence. Also, guys, I know it's Pokemon, but also let's try not to make assumptions about people. But whatever. I'll try not to engage too much, but the point is, I thought you said you quit after the sequel. Okay. Let us communicate. Let us make sure that we have the little checklist of every detail we understand about each other before we continue and before we say what are definitively negative things about the person. I was bored of the angry man looking for his sister's cat. You know what? I haven't played Black and White 2, so this is my completely biased opinion from not having played it. That indeed sounds boring as shit, so I don't blame you, Tallulah, for abandoning a game because the main plot isn't something epic like I want to be the master or I want to beat my rival. The main plot is we're just looking for some lost animal. I get that. I can sympathize with that. Discourse! Anyway. Actually, today, the cat thing is just an inciting incident that gets you going. I mean, that's fair. If you are wondering why there is Chromosynth here, it is because sometimes what I do when I don't know if you guys, okay. Final statement, media praise and criticism is of course welcome. I just recall them mentioning that they haven't finished it, so I encourage them to finish the main games before making more definitive statements. But, yeah. I mean, Safi, what you're saying is completely fair, and I concede that, like, your perspective is totally fair. It makes sense that I am sympathizing with someone complaining about a game that they did not finish, and I'm also sympathetic to someone saying you didn't finish it, so you couldn't quite understand the big picture. But you can have both, you know? Sorry, I don't want to be Mr. Centrist, but, you know, we can all talk about this in a nice way. Guys, we're all underwater. Look at the screen. You know that person you're talking to? They're a fish. They are a sea creature. They might be like a jellyfish. They might be a little isopod. You are arguing with a fellow sea creature. Let us be good and kind to each other and talk about Pokemon, the thing we all love and are passionate about, in a good way. I'm saying not in a positive way, but in like a nice way. Please be nice to each other is all I'm trying to say. We're lost in the sea sauce. Oh my god, sea sauce sounds good. Isn't sea sauce that thing in the playground that you go up and down on? Sorry, stupid joke. Anyway, yes, today is a Chromosynth stream because I don't know if yes, I made someone laugh. Thank God. Oh, I'm so one of the things I'm terrified about is me making a throwaway joke and then nobody responding in chat, and I'm just like, well, I gotta cope. But anyway, I don't know if you guys do this, but have you ever seen or played or watched something that just emotionally captivated you so much you're like, I have to take this passion and admiration for this media and transform it into my own so I can do something with it? Like, sometimes, I don't know about you, sometimes when I see, like, I read a really good fanfic, I'm like, this kind of makes me want to work on my characters. Like, I want, like, this fanfic is, like, charging my batteries for creativity, you know? Oh my goodness. Anyway, Lisa Frankenstein is like that for me. And so, something I want to do this stream is not only work on the Chromosynths, but also I want to work on a particular character who I've actually have sketched a little bit, and I hope to, Anyway, hello, sexy. We're not drawing you today, so disappear. You also disappear. But... Okay. Are sketch requests open today? I remembered that in previous streams, my sketch requests have not been open because I have been so concentrated on drawing. Today's gonna be different. Today, I'm gonna make sure that my sketch requests are open. So if you want to request something, you can go ahead. Your art is so smooth, thank you! Thank you! Oh. Anyway, what I'm gonna do on this stream is I'm gonna work on, and I know longtime chatters are gonna flame me for this, but remember when I said that these are meant to be the final references? Listen. As long as they don't appear... Roll Wildfire's comment? Stop! 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 I'm already dead! Stop! Listen. As long as they haven't appeared in the story, as long as I haven't gotten far enough in the story where they appear, technically, when you think about it, when you think about it, don't spray me, don't spray me. This glass is protecting me from the water. But when you think about it, if those characters haven't come up in the story proper, you can sort of redesign them all they want because there's no things to redo in the official material. When you I can't excuse this. I can't. For people who are new here, I have a wonderful habit of designing characters, saying, these are the final designs, and then even months later going, remember what I said about them being the final designs? Well, this time, it's different. This time it's different. And then a couple months after that, I'm like, well, it appears my art style has changed. You know what that means? A little refresh, a little update of sorts. Anyway, I can't justify this. Every time I do this, I can't justify this. You know, Tallulah, you're spitting. It ain't final till it goes to print, and the only characters who's appeared in the final version is Ujin, and I'm not changing Ujin's design, so that one's committed to the fucking bank. You know? I'm also doing this because I can't flame you too much because I'm the same, but your design's like, aw. Who is the Miku looker? Oh, thank you. This is Hot Topic Miku, as I will call her affectionately, and her name is actually, this is an old reference sheet, and you know, I would like to update it, but hold on. I sketched her earlier today, so I don't know if you guys can see this, but what's right there? I sketched Caroline and Amir earlier today, and I want their final designs to match that more. So I want Caroline to look more like witchy and Hot Topic-y, rather than this, where she's a little more formal looking. Also, I'm kind of not digging the crown, so I think I'm gonna ditch the crown. But ultimately, does she canonically get compliments for her Miku-ness? Final is being used generously. I mean, welcome to the stream. Anyway. The only reason she looks like Miku is that she has Miku-shaped pigtails, but the important thing is that her pigtails look like, what is it, femurs? I intentionally made her pigtails look like both the bones that go like this, but also like nooses. So they are a very fun shape. And that's the only reason she looks a little like Miku, is that her pigtails are like that. Oh my god, that's so smart. I know, I'm like so creative like that. Anyway, I'm also doing redesigns this stream because I can't start a whole new design from scratch while I'm streaming, because as you know, whenever I stream Inside Out style, 50% of my brain starts to devote itself to talking and looking like not an idiot, and so I can't concentrate my energy to drawing as much as if I was alone. So I have to do low brain things, like not coming up with totally original concepts. The only one that gets the most changes is Javier, who basically got an overhaul. Everyone else hasn't changed that much. Listen, to my credit, none of my characters changed drastically. It's mostly like fashion things, you know? And look, I'm always working on costume design and outfit design. Like, I feel like I'm getting better. Catch me trying to finalize character designs too. Did you prioritize Xavier Javier? I mean, isn't it pronounced Javier sometimes? Xavier? Javier? Am I stupid? What? Hold on. I know how to pronounce Xavier. I do know how to pronounce it. But I know that some people spell it with an X, but they pronounce it with like a soft J. Don't fucking gaslight me. I know that's true. Everyone is so mean to me. Anyway. So, if I may talk about Caroline a little bit. I believe Caroline, like a lot of my characters, are a fusion of characteristics and archetypes that I very much enjoy. And Caroline is the type of character that I've always liked, who is just like the perky goth girl, if that makes sense. But like specifically perky as in they're not like, oh my god, I want to die, but they're like, tee-hee, blood. You know, there's kind of like, I've always been fascinated with characters who are macabre but still funny. There's a comicness in their macabreness. It's always a contrast that I've enjoyed, you know, so. The only way I've seen Xavier pronounced is Xavier and Xavier? Really? You guys? I've met at least one person who spells it with an X and pronounces it like Javier. Also, I think I sort of messed up the, okay. So she's definitely meant to have, like, skull accessories here, but it's weirdly just floating there. So I would like to make it a little more visible what's going on with the hair. Also, let's make it slightly less Miku shaped, shall we? Also, her if you guys don't know, her skeletons have XD faces because she's a Hot Topic queen. The bubbly forensic chick who is goth and runs on caffeine? Hell yeah. Let's see. Jolly Nintendo tunes by the beach. Oh my god. Under the Sea, by the beach, it's basically like cousins. Of course, I do have a stereotypical, you know, doom and gloom. Not doom and gloom, but like serious goth. The bones you were meaning are the fibula and the tibia. Femur is the long bone, not the paired bones. I see. Thank you for letting me know. The fibula. Damn. I also love the detail that Carrie's eyelashes are really fucking sharp. Like they're pointed as shit. Which makes them look, I mean, still feminine, but just menacing. I've always loved making character designs where the character is designed to be, you know, cute or cool or handsome, but they still have kind of like a weird element to it. Like, what the heck is wrong with them? You know, like, that's not normal. And that's, my main challenge with OCs is capturing that weirdness and making it endearing still, you know? Like for Adam, you can see him faintly in the background like a ghost. Like the scarf thing, I still think it's like who does that? But that's him. Scarf man. I also just haven't drawn full-bodied characters in a while. I've been my art, you know, the art that I've drawn for the most part have been charms and keychains and whatnot. So it's actually kind of nice to draw like a full-body person. I had an anthropology phase. I want to give her one, not to make her anime girl of the year, but one thing. This is my hot take for character art. Why do people make mouths where they look like this? Like, sometimes it looks cute, but it's a skin tooth. It's not this, where there is a clearly white defined tooth. They have a little skin tooth. Why do people give them the skin tooth? It's cute. I mean, I think sometimes it's cute, but for the most part, it's done. I feel like the ones that I don't like about it is that it's done on faces that have really, really realistic features, or like really hyper-defined eyes or something. And so I'm forced to think about the realistic proportions of the skin tooth. And so it's like, it's only okay if you're doing hyper-stylization. Javier is the Spanish variant of Xavier. So it's possible that they can both be pronounced like that. Exactly! Imagine looking up sources instead of trusting me implicitly. It's shaking my head. I mean, I'm not sure why I'm arguing in my defense. I honestly don't know why I pronounced it Javier there. It's obviously not intended to be pronounced that way, but I think it's because it came to me more naturally than saying Xavier. Because when I see X, my brain would rather go to, oh, it means this specifically, rather than X sounds like Z for some reason. Am I still defending myself? Yes. Anyway, I really like Caroline's, specifically what I did with her suit here is that I wanted to make this look like almost like a ribcage corset, but I'm going to actually change it so that it's still a suit, but it has more of a gothic element to it. A little less formal. Saying stop putting your characters in collared shirts and suits with ties challenge. When I see X, my brain goes to Twitter. I mean, listen, technically it's easier to type, but I still type in twitter.com when I go to Twitter in my desktop computer, so hey. Elon can't take that from me. Also, I'm gonna give her a little bit more of an interesting pose than this. She looks like I hate to say this. She looks like she's about to greet me inside of Hazbin Hotel. Sometimes I'm my own worst enemy because I will think about things that shouldn't be thought of, but I'm gonna say it anyway, so I can be the first one to say it, and no one else will say it to me. Because at least if I say it and I acknowledge it first, then it won't hurt me if other people say it to me. It's my defense mechanism. Anyway, yes. Red is like a central part in that show. I mean, her color code is this shade of red. I can't avoid that exactly. But I just gotta make her a little less... Oh my god, do you guys like my fucking, I forgot what that show's art style is. Do you guys like my Hazbin Hotel OC? They look like this, and they look. Do you guys like my Hazbin Hotel? What is the fucking art style where it's like she looks like this with the fucking skirt? Do you guys like her? Hold on, I have to make her mouth so big. Do you guys like my Hazbin Hotel OC? How do you do that so effortlessly? Listen, I'm in the worms. Anyway, I've spent much of my time on this earth hating on Hazbin Hotel. It's the least I could do to at least somewhat accurately mimic its style. Original Hazbin Hotel character. She's deep red with macabre interests and perky. It is but she cannot dodge the Hazbin Hotel allegations. It's okay. I can save her. I can save her. What sucks about Carrie is that she is a girl with absolutely trash taste. So she would watch Hazbin Hotel and be like, "Oh my god, that's so me. That's like me." Except she wouldn't love the show because she likes whimsy to a certain extent, and that show is too like, let us say the fuck word every 5 seconds, and she'd be like, nah, not about that, but I feel like she would like elements of it. She's definitely the most, she's the character that I have who's the most Hazbin Hotel sympathetic. Why the Hazbin anger? I mean, why the Gen 5 anger, Tallulah? We all have our vices. We all have our critiques. We all have our do's and don'ts. Also, I watched Hazbin Hotel on stream. I feel like it's at least a little fair of me to make allusions to the fact that I witnessed the show with y'all for a hot second. Anyway, I want to give her like a, you know, one of those like goth dresses that like looks like this. It's not quite a suit, but I want to give her a goth girl dress. That's what I want to do. Alright, let's make the... You know, as much as this design may take a little inspiration from Hatsune Miku, that's only because the shape of the pigtails, of Miku's pigtails, is kind of genius in making a distinct silhouette. So, excuse me if I cop a little bit of that. Thank you! I was wondering if there was, like, something specific. So I am not the kind of person to say, hey, if you like that thing I don't like, then, don't fucking come here. I am not that kind of person. If you like I have friends who like Hazbin Hotel. I don't care to the extent that I am going to tell you what to do, but I will say straight up that it is not just a I do not vibe with that show. I have watched the show, and ultimately I have very, very strong critiques with it. But to sum it up, I feel that this is a show that in some ways is admirable because of where it came from, you know, as a relatively... I mean, Vivian Madrano has fucking industry connections and is probably super fucking rich, considering that she was able to get all these people. But regardless, I still acknowledge that it is a small project that became a somewhat big hit, and that is admirable and good for the future of animation. But ultimately, what I dislike about Hazbin Hotel is that it feels more like someone's desire to make a show about their OCs and a specific kind of humor rather than to make a good cohesive show. And that is ultimately the main problem I had with the first season, is that there were a lot of story things that felt weirdly paced. There were a lot of character moments that I don't know. Amazon gave them 8 episodes. Listen, I understand that they were they had to deal with what they got. I understand that. Don't get me wrong. But, you know, I just feel like you had an interesting concept and it didn't pan out for me in my opinion. Also, my opinion towards the creator, Miss VivziePop, is a bit toward the negative because she has historically welcomed interesting portrayals of that one character who's a pimp and an abuser, even with people who are working with her. I don't know. And listen, that's a personal thing. I'm completely acknowledging that. I'm not saying that this is why Hazbin Hotel sucks. I am saying I personally do not like this person because of their actions. You can like Hazbin Hotel and VivziePop all you want. I think there are some elements where I can genuinely admire that there are some good things there, things that people would like. But personally, I'm not obsessed with it to the point that I'm like making if X was made by VivziePop jokes, because I think that's dumb. And I feel like true, you know, hatred for something is not a constant need to remind people about it. It's just a complete apathy towards it. And that's how I feel about Hazbin Hotel. Oh, the voice acting was good. Yeah. Still wish they got the original cast, though. I don't know who was in charge of that, but... There's been too much about Vivzie that's been said for me to feel good about watching her stuff. Yeah, and ultimately that's a personal decision. Okay, so what I did is I kept the tie, but it just kind of like... Yeah, so it's still like a suit. It's still like a suit, but it's like a dress suit situation. Do you get what I'm saying? The only thing I care about is asexual Alistar. I mean, true to its word, the show does canonically, you know, confirm that he's ace, so that's something. And also, no, Eldritch, I have not watched Hell of a Boss. I think I may have, you know, showed interest in watching it on stream at one point. But I need to be in a specific mood for it, I think. It's not something that I could be like, okay, I'm bored, time to watch that, you know? I gotta be ready. I'll take any ace rape I can. Whoa, sorry! Whoa, okay, not joking, I'm genuinely sorry for that slip. Whoa. I don't know why my mouth did that. Ace rep. Good. That's what I mean to say. Holy shit, I'm genuinely embarrassed. I don't know why my mouth formed those words. Anyway. My mouth is faster than my- Clip it! Don't fucking clip it! Jeez. Water. Anyway. So what I want to do with Carolyn is give her a single... Okay, hold on. I'm taking this to the board of directors saying I'm gonna lose my pension! No! They're gonna cut my balls off for this. Ooh, Mario Luigi Superstar Ultra. Oh, no, wait. Did I say Superstar Ultra? Sorry, Kirby in the brain. Superstar Saga. I'm a very special kind of person, as you can see. You know what? If I can't get the arm settled, I might as well just start on the legs. That ace rep I had to like stop and make sure I didn't say the same thing again. The ace rep moment really messed you up. Now you can't even say game titles, right? Stop. It's not my fault that the one time I try to focus on drawing, all the energy and brain cells go over to the drawing side of my brain and not the speak like a person side of my brain. It's not easy being me, okay? My message in messed up Sang's brain. No, I'm ruined! No! The image of Walter White in a car. Don't send the message, Xenoleaf! You're gonna ruin their brain! No, don't send it! Also, my Mikus came. Hold on, I want to show you guys my Mikus. Since I'm drawing a Miku, I will only show one, but look! It's a Miku! My keychains came. It's the first time I've made, like, keychain designs that aren't just 3D sitting keychains. But look! It's a me! It's a me! Cool! Nice colors, thank you. But yeah, I have a bunch of them. Once stream hits the 2-hour mark, I'm gonna hit you with a sketch request. That's fine. I'd like to think I'm getting better at drawing the human body, but... And this is something that helps me when I'm drawing. And I'm not sure if it'll help you guys who may also be artists or creatives of some type, but I always seek some kind of solace in the fact that generally, whatever I see and whatever flaws I perceive are a little less visible to the normal person. I consider myself a very hypercritical person of myself, and so I have accepted that ultimately, if I see a lot of flaws, the realistic conclusion is that people will not see all the flaws that I see. And it gives me a little bit of comfort. Repost of a good meme in the stream chat. Okay. Oh wait, it's a Sang meme. I'm scared. Hold up. What do you mean it's a Sang meme? I'm going into the Discord. Oh my god, you added me? Tap to see attachment. What? Oh yeah! Oh, the only notification I got was Seno. Yeah, I put your art in the Discord, Seno, because it's good. It's good. Who knew that you were an Undertale Yellow Chad before you even rated us? And we actually played Undertale Yellow on stream like a good while ago. And so we are UTY pilled. That was so sweet. Well, you drawing it was the talent. So that's what did it. Fishy got me into Undertale Yellow. Ooh. Starlo the Beloved. It's a good Starlo. What? Eldritch Drax Bear.mp4. What? Hold on. I need to like watch this on stream. What is this? Whenever Eldritch puts a video in the chat or in the Discord, I don't know, I shouldn't enable them, but I always have to stop and be like, what if it's important? Okay. Chrome. Discord stream chat. There we go. Which is why one of the references, she's up doing her hair. Oh, it's the video where. Oh yeah, I forgot. This makes no sense out of context, but I think one of the we ran a poll when we were starting the aquarium bit on stream, and Eldritch's idea was to have a bear claw come in and drag Sai out of the aquarium. Sorry you can't hear it. It's not important. What's important is that a bear claw came down and took Mr. Gangnam. But anyway, oh, Jesus. Thanks for reminding me of that. That was quite a time. Anyway, I love that if you look in stream chat, it's just a bunch of me and Eldritch Ace Attorney posting because we were just doing it for our sake and Roll Wildfire's sake. So that's all that's in stream chat if you scroll up. Love that for us. The only importance is that Sai screams A and then there's eating crunching sounds. I was censoring it for the good of the public. Sundays are usually busy for me, so I haven't caught an Ace Attorney stream in a while. That's fair. That's why we have VODs. So what I want to do for my girl Carrie is that I'm too focused on making a cohesive sketch and doing liner. How about this? Let's just give her just like big sketch lines. There you go. We're just starting on the last chapter. Yeah! It's fun. We've made some good progress on the Ace Attorney. I thought there were 6, it turned out there's only 5. I mean, if Danganronpa was your rule of thumb for visual novels, then maybe. But it's only 5. We're playing Ghost Trick right now. Ooh, this game is fun. I have heard good things about Ghost Trick. It feels like a game that I would enjoy more on stream than I would enjoy alone. If that makes sense. I also, I gave her these coffin-shaped glasses in the sketch, but I actually want to give her these sunglasses in her regular design too. So I want to just like this. We love a girl who wears sunglasses casually. Catch me combing through last week's VOD. I looked up the outfit and I respect it. It has character designs you might fuck with. It does have an interesting art style, that ghost trick. It's like Ace Attorney, but pointier. It's actually kind of like The World Ends With You, a little bit. Some games are better with friends. That's also true. I just also think I don't have the patience for a new game unless I am playing it for capital C content. Which may be a toxic streamer brain part of me, but it's true. Tuwui's art style is very tasty. It is! Honestly, when the new game came out, it almost convinced me to make, instead of Danganronpa-esque sprites where they're like standing here like this, it almost convinced me to make, you know, characters 3/4 angle facing sprites that look like this. It almost did that. The last bit of the 4th chapter of The Great Ace Attorney is what it would have been if I was playing Undertale Yellow with Sang when they got to the Wild East. Yeah. Neo Tui isn't as pretty to me. 3D art. I mean, I still like the 2D sprites. I think that's me for most of everything. Like, I don't know if you guys saw Game Freaks' latest project, which was, what is it? I don't know what kind of game it is, but it features historical figures like fucking Marilyn Monroe, and the game itself is very blocky and, you know, almost mobile gamey, but it features like Game Freak styled character art, and I love that. Oh, I just love 2D art, man. I mean, 3D art is good too, but when it looks like 2D art. Can we talk about the art style of the new Mario and Luigi? Yes, I would love to. Oh my god, I love it. Oh yeah, the Nintendo Direct happened. Is that the main thing that happened this week? I think so. Yeah, I love the new art style. Listen, I may be, you know, a mark that simps for the you know, the 2Ds of all time, but I do also think that the 3D, again, 3D that emulates 2D, it has my heart. The more 3D pretends that it isn't 3D, the more I'm like, you can say. I hate to be like that, but that's my own personal taste. We have Danganronpa at home. Oh yeah. Ugh. I haven't been able to voice my thoughts on that properly. I have not played Raincode. I've only seen maybe the first chapter of it, of someone else play it, and so I cannot say this, in all fairness, as if I have experienced the game. But it just feels to me that Kodaka and Team Danganronpa really want to recreate the essence of Danganronpa, but ultimately with 3D shortcuts that kind of remove the whole style of Danganronpa, in that it was very pop, gothic, and like you know, I don't know. And also, is it just me, or has character designs kind of... I hate to be the 10th person who's like, hey man, Danganronpa character designs suck ass now. And I'm like, but they kind of do. They kind of do suck. I hate it, but... Oh, did you see that one girl who looks like... Yeah! Yeah! Miku! Hello Kitty Island Adventure? Oh, that's the real news. Boys, sit down. The men's game has come out. No Tomodachi Life for the Switch. Don't remind me. Don't. Honestly, the Tomodachi Life fans are going to ruin my life because they're the ones reminding me to get my hopes up for Tomodachi Life. Like, it's their fault. I am displacing blame onto them. What happened after V3, genuinely? I think my genuine theory is that Danganronpa had a very clear established style, and that it was it took place in a school, so you would be limited to relatively teenaged, sort of preppy, sort of uniformy designs, and so they're trying to go away from it, but still going into the edgy, you know, style of it by making character designs that are just, how many accessories can we give a character to make them look... Is it because they don't have the specific talents? I'm not gonna lie, that might be it. I think when they don't have... How do we portray that this character is an X or a Y? When they don't have that driving force in their character design, it feels like they just want to make a character that is fulfilling a specific aesthetic archetype. Like, oh, you have the spiky boy, or like the gloomy boy, or like the peppy pretty girl, you know? I don't know. What was that one game from Danganronpa that starts out, but then Psych the killing games get cancelled? You got to explore the apocalypse or something? Oh, wait. Is that... I don't think that's a real... I'm a Danganronpa, like, super fan, and I don't think that's a real Danganronpa game. That's World's End Club, yes. That's not technically, the Danganronpas, though it started out like, you're gonna be trapped in a school, and then, haha, never mind. That was so silly of them. Although, even though that game had a very, very talented, like, lead artist, like, one of the artists who worked on the Pokemon games, I heard that ultimately the game was very, very disappointing in gameplay and story. And I watched someone play it, like, for a good bit, and I was like, this doesn't seem very good. The art style was cute! It's the same artist who worked on fucking the Sword and Shield Gym Leaders. A very, very distinct art style, let me remind you. Take? Oh yeah, the Take. I think that might be their name. I would love to leave Carolyn in a pantsuit, but that's not how it's meant to be. One thing I love doing with her poses is making it so her arms go through the pigtails to really emphasize the 3D physicality of it all. I've gotten past all the Kanto and Johto Pokemon in Pokemon Infinite Fusion. Good for you. Jesus, I would not have the dedication. I would not. It starts as an homage to Danganronpa. It kind of does, because it has like a little mascot, and they're like, all of you are trapped in this school and you will have to kill each other. Oh my god. And then it's just like, never mind. Do whatever you want. Did Kodaka direct World's End Club? Did it? Did he? I think, yeah, there must have been more than just it seemed to allude to Danganronpa. I think people believed it genuinely was the next Danganronpa. People keep trying to make the next Danganronpa without making Danganronpa, and I feel like that's the problem. I feel like the people who have made Danganronpa don't understand what made it good and distinct, and keep making things that are like, look, it's the same art style, do you like it? But it's not good. Oh, he worked on it, he and Uchikoshi. Interesting. That is very strange. So same general skirt design as this one. I like keeping the skirt. Like a nice, like, squarish skirt. So what I want is a nice, kind of, like, this is all, like, one dress. I just realized her missing arm is intentional character design and not for the purposes of showing off her hair and outfit that may be blocked off by the arm. Oh my god, you're so right, Eldritch. I'm so smart and creative like that. That's totally what I meant. Yeah. It's not because I can't think of the pose for that arm, so it's just gonna stay there. Eternally not there. Oh damn. My roommate has just reminded me of something. Hold on. I will be right back. It wasn't food! It was actually something a little bit more important. So I'm actually, usually, one of my shower days is also laundry day, and I had left the laundry in the washer. And as you all know, leaving laundry in the washer means it will be gross and soggy until the end of time. So I went and quickly put that shit into the dryer. Okay. Hold on, where's my pen? There's my pen. Could you imagine if I was wrong? Imagine. Love how this music has added in little beach wave sounds. I love beach music in video games. It's so, like, ooh. So fun and happy. I also want to give her, like, a hat. Like, one of those, like, goth hats. Which, should I give her a hat? Chat. Be straight with me. Should this bitch have a hat? Because I sketched a hat on her design, and there are such thing as, so her color code is cardinal, and I found out that there are such thing as cardinal flowers. So I think it'd be really cool if she had like a little flower. Oh. Shootout? Wow. Shout out to my apartment's laundry room. We have one dryer that will catch on fire if used, and one that doesn't heat up right next to— what? Damn. I didn't know y'all was like that. The only issue with the hat— clean the limp trap? Yeah, that's my first thought. I want to give that bitch a hat, I do. But I have to make it make sense with the pigtails. Because the pigtails are very high up here. Not enough characters with hats? I agree. But, you know what? Let's leave that to later. Oh, she does look good with a hat, though. Oh, okay. It's a nice place, it's just full of potholes and dryer issues. Pretty good otherwise. I mean, that's good. I'm glad. Guys, I hate to be this honest on stream, but it is a place where I can be honest, and I'm gonna be dreadfully honest with everyone here. I am this close to downloading Bumble again. And that means that I've entered a crisis in my life, and I don't know what will happen next. I suppose you guys will know next week if anything has happened, but what's Bumble? Oh, Bumble is a it's a fun little app where you find people and potentially go on dates with them. And I've used it twice in my life. The first time, I found someone who liked me, and I was like, that's scary, and I can't commit to that. And so I just deleted the app. And the second time, I found someone who liked me, and I was like, cool. And then I was like, man, this is too hard, and I deleted the app. So suffice to say, it has not worked out the previous times. But I'm at that stage in my life where, guys, I'm 25. And I have hobbies, but I don't go outside and have easily available, like, physical nearby communities. It's either dating apps or I gotta join some fucking D&D club. And I'm not personally into D&D. So I don't know what to do. I don't know what options I got left. Why is it so hard as a post-college gal to find a group of friends to, like, chill with and perhaps find someone to fall in love with? It is not easy. my dudes. Have you tried D&D? I love how you worded it like it was like a very specific powder you would snort. I have not tried D&D, as a matter of fact. I feel like I'm not against it per se, but I'm not into fantasy enough to be like, oh yeah, that's my thing, you know? Like I told you guys, my view on sci-fi and fantasy are very, you know, limited, you could say. I'm open to it, definitely. But, I feel like it has to just be with the right people. You should try a different tabletop RPG. I have a D&D session tomorrow! Ooh! Have fun! Listen, I'm not a D&D hater by all means. It's just not personally my thing. There are also other... Listen, the only way you could make a tabletop role-playing game that fits my taste is if it somehow became a dating sim. like a weird, fruity dating sim, where the point of the game is to, I don't know, it's fucking whatever. Did you say you like superheroes? I feel like I'm not really like a superhero comic person, but I definitely am interested in worlds where superpowers are a thing. There are some dating sim tabletop games? There are? You have piqued my interest. She looks like a train conductor. What the heck? Oh, Carolyn. So the skirt is the front part, but also this is gonna be one of those dresses where there's like a back part. And to the main. Something like that. You get me? Actually, maybe it shouldn't drag. The silhouette is getting cluttered as it is. There's an anime one too? What? Sometimes there's also a disjointment with the mechanics themselves. Like Fates did a suburb session. I had one down. I mean, I like roleplay, don't get me wrong. I like role-playing. I had Ask accounts when I was a kid, and I had little, you know, RP accounts. I like playing as little characters and interacting. I think it's just me. I'm just not super into the fantasy element with like elves and orcs and goblins and whatnot. As long as it's literally any other kind of roleplay, I think I'd be into it. It's specifically D&D that disinterests me because it's all about like choosing your alignment and looking at your class and your weapon, and I'm like, that's a little too fantasy for me. I don't know. I'm just a little guy. Office workspace roleplay where you get sent to HR. Oh, girl. I would love to do an The Office style roleplay. I once ran a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon themed campaign. Yo? That sounds epic. I think those boots are a bit much, but we'll keep with it. What's a goth without her boots? She looks like a magician. Oh my god, her hat makes it just gives her this weird stage presence. I'm taking away the hat. At least for now. What module was that in? Ooh. Fates was fun for the time I was playing it. It was a lot of role play. Safi, if you run it again, I'd like to join. Ooh. You know what? On our super old Sanging Discord, I believe we had something like this. I don't know if it was D&D in particular, but it was some kind of like offshoot group where like we did people did things. Like, I don't know if it was like a Minecraft SMP or something, but we could totally do like a Sanging thing where I could actually join in for one. It was probably Pokeroll? My friend group isn't autistic enough about Pokemon, so I don't think I could run something or convince them. There's a custom Pokemon TTRPG that has a mystery dungeon. Wait, what do you mean tabletop role-playing? Wait. For some reason in my head, I'm like, how does it work when everyone is not at the table? How can you... Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. How is it a tabletop game, but we're all on our computers? That doesn't make any... my brain is in the fucking 80s. The 1880s. I don't know why. You know what? I'm gonna leave this as is. Clearly my brain isn't equipped to do full body stuff. And for now, I'm just gonna do some random sketching. Hold on. The computer's on your tabletop, problem solved. That's true! That's true! Honestly, my streams have to either be sketching or revising. Because, again, the brain problems. Well, you got something for me. Okay. Okay. By the way, this is the more updated Adam reference sheet I'm planning to have. It's not that much different from the old one. Just that I changed the design to the... What is it? What did I call it? Like the full... I called it the splash art-esque style. And it is also slightly different. So... And again, I hate drawing the backs of people, even if it's for reference purposes. So... Also, Roll Wildfire 2 characters! Okay, I will open my Discord and patiently wait for those references. You know what I gotta do on stream? I just realized I solved it. Wait. What the? Safi just posted a picture of their dryers in the Discord server, and one of them has a slip on it that says danger fire, and the other one has a slip that says doesn't get hot. So what the fuck? What the fuck do you do? What do you do? Oh, I see. I see that Royal Wildfire wants me to draw their lovely Undertale OC with a certain someone. Okay. Alright. Let me get that open. Do you have any particular requests for what you want to see, Royal Wildfire? Yeah, what does Gamma and Leonis mean? Oh, are they stars? Are they stars? Shut up. Shut up, are they stars? They sound like constellation shits. Anyway. So, I'm gonna put their reference up on here. No! Don't put Nyanbi in a cell and have Starlo monologuing at them. Not for Pride Month. But this is this is Roll Wildfire's character, and they're so cute! Their name is Nyanbi. Nyanbi. They're so shaped. I messaged it to you when I was being... Let me find the explanation requests. Ooh, oh, okay. Pride Month's running out, man. Why do you sound so fucking haggard when you say it like that? For what them doing, I have no preference, but I like them being sweet together. Ooh. I gotta think then. Firstly, I have an excuse to draw Royal Wildfire's OC, but I also have an excuse to draw Starlo. So, this is interesting. First, I will get a reference of Starlo out because I can't just draw my human shortcut for Starlo. That would be cheating. Good luck drawing Monster Starlo. I mean, it's fine. He's just shaped like what is it? He's shaped like actually, that's what he's shaped like. Anyway. Asset swap them, swap the star and flames. I'm getting too distracted by Google Images. This is a trap. Okay. I have to watch The Handmaiden before... Ooh, wait. Is The Handmaiden the movie with the Koreans? Watch it. The Handmaiden is freaking good. Bong Joon-ho kinda ate and left no crumbs, I'm not gonna lie. Alright. I mean, Starlo is human-shaped. He just has, appendages. God, I'm such a not monster drawer, as you can tell. God forgive me for the art that you will see. Quote-unquote art. Felt that I only draw humans, yeah. That hat should be lower. I hate drawing hats, but I love hats. Oh, the struggle. Gamma and Leonis because of the binary star system. I knew it, you gay. I knew it had something to do with stars. Gay ass. Anyway. Stars and cats like things mixed together. Yeah, yeah. I mean, listen, I don't know if I was, you know, one of the people who was like, hey man, constellations fucking rule, but I definitely enabled this, so I'm obviously teasing Roll Wildfire. The binary star system? What about the non-binary star system? Their joke ship is people pleaser, Yowie. Damn! That's too real. Actually, how I was gonna say how high. That's not how people say words. Saying how tall is Starlo? You know what? I'll make him like 5'10". That's like a good like average-ish height. He is very high. Thank you, Eldritch, for making me feel normal. Also, okay, so the Nyanbi actually has very, very, like, horns that are just, like, right there. Like, right there. I would draw more of Nyanbi's face, I apologize, but the nature of this pose means that Nyanbi is mostly to their back. Actually, you know what? Let's angle it a little bit, so it's... Random Reddit post says 180 centimeters. What? Can you speak metric system to me? Sorry, I'm a stupid American. I think he's 5'11". Oh, so he's not, you know, he's not unapproachable. He's not 6 feet or over, but he's just tall enough that I can look up, you know? I love that. Listen, I love me a tall man. I also say this because I'm 5'2", and most men are tall men to me. But hell yeah. Let's see if we can get this pose to work out. Ooh, Kirby's Epic Yarn. Love that. Be who you are. Talking about height should definitely go on the Segold bingo card. Shut up! It should not. It should not. It should not. I don't talk about heights that often. If there's anything on the Segold bingo card, it's gonna be physical attributes that Sang thirsts after, such as like, I don't know, collarbones or something. Not like height, because height's too specific. Calling myself out. I love Starlo so much, but you clearly love him more. I mean, me? Me? You know what? Fuck it. Both hands. Both hands, bitch. Why are people telling me, the person who played Undertale Yellow and gave Starlo the sexy voice, telling me that, you know, I don't like Starlo as much as everyone else? How dare you? How do you know that I wasn't kicking my feet giggling at Starlo? Like, the concept of Starlo a little bit. You know? Forgive me, Lord. I am drawing oh my god, my art style. I don't know if it's conducive to the furries, but oh, Lord forgive me. You're doing great, Sang. Thank you. What you don't know is that mentally I'm like, like I'm screaming, crying, pissing. Ugh. It's a challenge, I tell you. I don't do this for everyone, you know. Drawing monster versions of characters, aka the actual versions of characters. Roll Wildfire, no hate to your OC. Your OC is very cute, but I am going to make sure that Starlo looks his sexiest when I draw him. So I'm saying this in the interest of fairness, and to let you know, I will be emphasizing the sex appeal of one of these characters much more than the other. I am biased, as you should. You know what? That's fair. Also, I hope to properly capture their chub. What's the name of that one Homestuck act? God's Gift to the Yowies? What the hell? I feel like Eldritch, you're... You think I'm gonna object to making you Starlo... to making... Bleh, to you making Starlo look hot? I mean, fair. I just thought it'd be... for discretionary's sake. I just wanted to further stand my ground as someone who finds him sexy hot, you know? Just a little bit. I fell in love with Grillby. Eldritch, you and Royal Wildfire have, I swear to God, like the taste is parallel lines. What was my first Undertale crush? I'm not gonna lie, and I hate to be incredibly basic about this. Some fan art of Sans had me feeling a certain way. Like, Sans in-game, like, okay, he's pretty cool. Certain fan art of Sans made me like, okay, like, oh my god, what do you mean Sans, question mark? Yeah, some people made him look like a fucking, and I'm not talking about, you know, indecent fan art. I'm talking about fan art where they're like, you know, I don't know. I can't describe this without embarrassing myself, but some people be putting the work in. And it's not like those classic, you know, fan art where it's like, I'm making them look like an anime boy, like, generically. Like, no, it's legitimately, it's Sans, but somehow they made him sexy. I don't know how they did it, but they did. She's talking about Tumblr Sexy Man Sans. I mean, I'm not talking about Tumblr Sexy Man Sans. I'm talking about regular sexy Sans. There's a difference, okay? I'm not talking about Sans being, like, edgy and being, like, you know, fucking glowing bone dick. I'm not talking about that. I am specifically talking about literally just Sans, but the way the person drew it, you know they want him carnally, you know? What's wrong with that? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Gus Starlo. This is not my best Starlo, but it is at least a Starlo. Wildfire is immobilized with lobe. Alright, this is the hard part. Okay. I can draw hands. I can draw hands. I can draw hands. I can draw hands! My faith in myself is waning. Oh my god, I don't know how to draw interlocking hands. I'm sure there's a method to the madness, but it's so hard. But I'm doing it. I'm doing it for Oomphy. Posted in stream chat is that the kind of, you're playing a dangerous game, Eldritch, by posting sexy Sans art in my server. Not the first one, not the third one, and not the second one. They're all cute, don't get me wrong. I think the first one is probably the closest to what I am sort of remembering. I'll have to, like, don't make me look up sexy Sans art on stream. I have to focus on one Undertale sexy man at a time, thank you very much. But yeah, he's wearing sexy big gloves. Can't forget that. Time for incognito mode. Funny of you to assume that I haven't already looked up Starlo on incognito mode for this stream. Generally when I look up things for reference, I put on incognito mode. Because, you never know. Are you drawing Sans for one of your charms? I mean, I am drawing Undertale characters from my charms, so I will humanize Sans at a specific point, and I will make him appropriately sexy. That's the trick with characters like Sans. They can be sexy, but they have to be, like, accurate. You can't make up the sexiness. It has to come from the source. Human Sans is just Steven. Shut up. Shut up. Psst, psst, psst. I got the spray. It's when people draw Sans with any expressions that aren't Joker and dead serious that he feels out of character. Like, I find Sans sexy, but not because he's a character who would, like, dominate me. It's because he's a character and I look at him and I think of him as a person and, like, that kind of shape and attitude, and I'm like, that's sexy. But I'm not gonna be like, whoa, POV, Sans does this to you. And I'm like, that's not real. Sans wouldn't do that. I think for the most part, I see Sans as pretty asexual, which is funny that I see him so sex. Because, like, he wouldn't do the work. Bitch. Are you spraying me now? oh, Eldritch said Nest. No, you're spraying them. Alright. Ah, Sun and Moon. I remember when you first came out. That's close enough, right? To, like, interlocked hands? Shapes? That looks like shapes. The aces take another win. He wouldn't fucking do that, exactly. I'm still mom time, but wait, look at the moon! Where's the moon? Damn it, I can't see the moon from here. Do we have a full moon? Is it a full moon today? Guys, can you please tell me if there's a full moon? Because where I'm... wait, hold on. Hold on, I have a window. Feast your eyes on my boobs for a second while I turn my shades up. No, I still can't see the moon from this perspective. No! I'm at the wrong corner! It's a full moon today? Oh, you know what? I'm gonna step outside into my very safe urban neighborhood and look at the moon at night for a little bit, and then I'm gonna go back inside. Once the stream is done, of course. Good enough. Sometimes you just gotta, you know. The only reason why I know is because Pokemon Sleep has an event every time there's a full moon. Let's just have a stream outside staring at the sky together. Dude, do you think... that would be kind of awesome, actually. Imagine if my streams were big enough that I could afford to be like, hey, for today's special stream, we're gonna be outside and we're just gonna look at the stars. Meanwhile, someone walks by and sees that I have an expensive camera and just fucking yoinks it. And I'm like, well, that's what I got. They look so cute, thank you. I'm looking at a star right now. Tehehehe. Alright. I fought a fucking war drawing this. I hope you appreciate it. Do you guys think it would be nice if I had different themed, like, stream layouts for whenever I felt like it? You know how, like, right now, you know how we're, like, under the ocean and whatever, and you're all fish? What if I had a separate layout that was me, but instead of an Aquanaut tank, it was an astronaut helmet, and we were out there in the space and the stars, and you wouldn't be fish, but like little aliens in the bottom of the screen. I would do that, but that would be a lot of work. So, maybe another time. Up in the space. That would be cool, though. But only if you guys can come up with a reasonable substitute for whatever goes in the aquarium tank. Yeah, those are the art fight themes. That's what I was thinking about. I mean, they're good themes. Ocean and space are aesthetically very, very good themes. I love how my human Starlo has like stubble and is kind of like a more gruff cowboy, but my monster Starlo is kind of anime looking. He's a little doughy. Damn. The tank could be a little zero gravity thing? You could get a real tank and put your tablet in there playing YouTube videos. Maybe. You know what? I'm gonna mention Lisa Frankenstein for the last time this stream. Only because it's relevant. Only because it's relevant to what I'm drawing right now. But I am a sucker for characters culminating something important in their relationship with a dance. I know a lot of fanfics do it. I know it's kind of a trope. But there's something about characters, like, happily dancing together, and that it happens in Lisa Frankenstein. Watch the movie, but it happens, and it's so like it's so saccharine, but there's something so human and sweet about people just filled with such love that they just kind of just rush into dance. It's like, ugh. There's something about that that's just, it got me. The movie got me. How are you, King of Sleep? Oh, you're playing Until Dawn? Dude, that game rules. It's 4 a.m. in French? Damn. Well, firstly, I'm not one to encourage 4 a.m. behavior on this stream, so I will say that you should probably be getting to bed. But regardless, hello, hello. Until Dawn is a good game. I hope you enjoy it. And, who's your favorite character? Would you bury me in dirt if I made you draw Sunspot from Fortnite? What? Is that the... Sorry, this might sound weird. I've only seen that Sun character in Fortnite because the same artist who draw the daycare attendant, the Sun and Moon guy, compared them to each other. Like, literally, that's the only time I've seen them referenced. So, I mean, whatever. If you want me to draw, sexy Sunspot, whatever, I can draw. Like, specifically, if you want me to draw a monster character, you better want me to draw them sexy. Like, that's the only reason that I'll be motivated to draw them at all. Like, I got away with drawing Starlo here because I am focused on making him look like a monster, but also, like, a little sexy. Sure. I mean, if you got the money for a sketch request, then by all means. Alright. Adding the necessary overlays. I gotta kill the sisters in the beginning of Until Dawn. Have you just started the game, King of Sleep? Jesus. Wait, it's 4 AM and you decided to play? I thought it was a... Oh, it's 4 AM, I've been playing Until Dawn, and you know, it just happens. But it's 4 AM and you made the elective decision to start playing? Oh my god. I am not strong enough for this conversation. 4 AM gang. Oh yeah, Seno, aren't you from... Are you the German one? I remember last time you raided, there was one person in the chat that was from Germany, and we were bullying them to go to sleep. Was it you? Oh, it's you, okay. Ooh. Oh, it's a Saturday, whatever. Do whatever you want with your Saturday. Now, if it was Sunday and you were up this late, I'd be saying, hey now, you should probably be getting to bed. Alright, texture. Alright, that'll be that. How could I sleep when brain rot is telling me to draw? Seno, the great thing about drawing is that you can do that in the morning. Isn't that so cool? Someone invented that recently. It's called drawing in the morning. Sunspot's got a goofy, cartoony face. I wouldn't want to see it made sexually. You know what? That's fair. I respect a person who's like, don't sexualize them. Because that means that person has principles. Anyway, yes, I will put this in the Discord. My husband and my self-insert monster. I love how direct you are about it, Wildfire. I was playing The Quarry, and you said this sucked, and all the characters are stupid, and you thought Until Dawn was the same level. It's not! Bro, do you know anything about Until Dawn? Until Dawn is good! It's a classic! I'm not gonna spoil anything, and no one better spoil anything in chat, because that's the good thing to do. But, Starlo and Nyanbi for Royal... Until it's getting a TV adaptation? What? Excuse me? That art piece was wonderful? Thank you. Also, what's The Quarry? It sounds familiar. Okay. I love that you finished a game also at King of Sleep. King of Sleep, I love that you finished a game at 4 AM and your thought wasn't time to end this and go to bed. It was, I need to fix this by playing another game. Alright. I was thinking, what I was going to do for the rest of the stream, and it should be sketching, but instead I was thinking that I could do these. Do you guys remember these? They're like the little chibi sprites. I forgot about them. Oh my god, naked. But these are like a nice way to have character designs while still keeping them chibi. And so I'm going to bring up Gabrielle's most recent reference and make sure the colors are accurate. The chibi sprites. Hi, friendly ocean mower. I'm late, but I came back from watching Ultraman. Ooh. Fill me in. Is that a TV show or a movie? Alright. I think everything's about the same design-wise. Like, even the... Okay. Skin and hair are the same? Skin and hair is the same. Oh yeah, and everything's all chibified as well. Oh, and I use my special spiky brush. So I usually use Scooch, this brush, for my lines, but I use Scratchy for this one. TV show, but Netflix released the movie. Ooh. When Until Dawn came out, my big brother played it on PS4, and when I see Until Dawn, now you're 24? Jeez. Well, actually, I don't know why that surprised me. 2002, I was born in 99. The math was mathing there correctly. But Until Dawn came out 10 years ago? Why is that's what's shocking to me, I think. I mean, you know what? Yeah, Until Dawn is that old. It is pretty dated now that I think about it. It's a 2000. Oh my god, 2015 was 10 years ago. Oh my god. Sorry to be like that guy, but that's not right. That's not right. How can time feel so far away and yet, like, quantifying it in a way like that makes it feel too much? It's too much. Also, the chibis allow me to make more cartoony designs and shapes and lines, which is always fun. I hate the games Sony as a company decides to remake instead of remaster or release. I mean, I don't know why I started the discussion like that. I have ultimately no opinion on this because I grew up as a strictly Nintendo kid. So if you want to argue about it, by all means. Until Dawn is Sony associated, as is Last of Us. I see. Oh my god, music for little jesters. What is that little mystery pixel? What are you doing there? I rid of you. I grew up with only a Wii and a DS. I mean, I wasn't privileged enough to have a Wii by any means. I never had home consoles growing up. Because, I think it was because, my family moved around a lot, or at the very least we traveled. So, games were a way for my brother and I to have some sense of entertainment in the car. And obviously that would be more applicable to handheld games rather than home consoles. But that was kind of like games' primary function, is to keep us entertained while we went places. You didn't know Rami Malek was in the game? Bro, not gonna lie. And are they college kids in the game? I think they're college kids. Or like, they're definitely college, yeah, okay. Doesn't he play like John? Jake? Josh? No, Josh. His name is Josh. Okay. Oof. Sorry, Homestuck brain for a second. Josh is a good character. I'm not gonna spoil anything, but Josh is good. He's kind of silly, but he's kind of silly like that. It could be a Blumhouse film. Oh, honestly, Until Dawn is very cinematic. I think that's why it works stylistically, because it's a game that is a playable horror movie. And it much so delivers on that front. You know Remy Malik for Freddie Mercury? Not, just... Honestly, when I think of Rami Malek, I don't think of him as a character. I think of him just, like, as the guy. Rami Malek. You know, the guy from movies. Famous actor from movies. That Rami Malek. I just think of Night at the Museum. Me too. Also Mr. Robot. Also BoJack. Yep, that's all I got. He has a very distinct face and voice, so, you know. Oh, and yes, from Freddie Mercury as well. Do those games look better now? I'm back. Did y'all see the moon? Safi, firstly, I am not in a position where I can see the moon, but did you see the moon? Did you have a fun time with the moon? I'm sure the moon looks lovely. Didn't we have, like, the summer... What is it? The equinox or something? Not an equinox, but something summer solstice recently. Like the first day of summer or something. Lots of important things happening. Yep, all the colors are the same. Damn. I don't have to do any redesign for this. Not a single one. Except... you know what? I gave, Gabrielle, like, a big, like, cute apron bow, which isn't quite visible here. So let's make it a bit more visible. It's called a strawberry moon? What? Send moon pics? Well, firstly, let's keep things PG. I'm kidding. But yes, send moon pics, Safi. I'm sure the moon looks very, very pretty. It looks orange in my pics, though? Yeah. Wait, is the moon literally red right now? You're jonkin'. No way the moon is red. That's the blood moon. You like Sam? I like Sam. Even though in Until Dawn, Sam is very much the least flawed character because she's not really a stereotype. Everyone else is like, I'm an asshole because I'm a stereotype, but Sam is like, I'm not an asshole because I'm a good stereotype. You know? Which I understand. It's a parody of horror movies, but still. What changes are you making to her design? For your information, this is Gabby's final design, which hasn't changed. Like I would ever change my final designs. That would be a stupid and ridiculous and silly thing to do. What I'm actually doing is just making some minor tweaks that my mind can process while talking on stream. And yeah, actually, I don't think anything has really changed in Gabby's design. I was mostly trying to translate this most recent art to this, but actually there's been no changes, really. So I've just been doing little touches. She is my baby girl. Gabby is definitely a character that I made that I'm like, baby girl, baby. And then I look at Mililani, I'm like, evil. She's perfect. White. She's not white. She's just ghost. There she is. Her design is pretty. Thank you. Gabby's definitely one of those designs that didn't need much changed about it ever since I got like a handle on who she was aesthetically. So yeah. Not much needs to be changed. Oh yeah. I don't know if I show you guys this, but also look at her little chippy bud. Also, important formal sprite. What? I haven't officially shown this off on stream, but I drew this a bit ago, and not gonna lie, I kind of fucking ate here. I kind of cooked. What I like to do with the alternate outfits for my characters is to keep the color palette the same, but to try and distribute them and make them interesting in different ways. So as you can see, we still have the pinks and the greens of Gabrielle's initial design, but there's significantly more pinks and like more distributed things. You cooked so hard? I did. Ugh. Thank you. The nice thing about making like character sprites with different outfits is that you're basically not committed to one design for a character. You're like, actually this character has multiple outfits, so it's like they have multiple designs. It's not a coward's move, it's called strategery. Also, I am a sucker for making character designs for different situations, such as formal and whatnot. Which is why all my characters have casual and formal clothes. Statue of Liberty looking motherfucker. I mean... that was not the intention. I'm assuming that you guys can intuit what symbolically a crown of thorns would mean for Gabby. But I will just say that she is not the fucking Statue of Liberty. God, could you imagine? Could you imagine that being the deep symbolism that is Gabby? The symbolism is that green is for freedom. Oh yeah, Chris is the one in Until Dawn who's like, kind of like the nerdy dude who's like, haha, dude, you're my bro, man. He's not bad. He's just kind of, I won't say douchey, but he's just very much a nerd bro. Portal AU where Cave Johnson was put into GLaDOS and Caroline was put into Chell? Whoa. I'm sure that AU has to exist, right? There are like 5 characters in Portal. There has to be a little swap AU. Lord knows Portal's been given too few crumbs for 10,000 AUs to spring up, as is the nature of fandoms. Also, as is the, you know, the habit with my formal outfits, all characters have a masquerade mask with them. Because I think masks are thematically cool. That is literally one of the reasons why I implemented them. And also, I think mask design is interesting. And also, I think when characters cover their eyes, it's a little sexy. Those are some of the reasons. You know, after talking about my own characters and story on stream, I feel like I know why most creators don't talk about their characters and story on stream. Because it kind of ruins some of the mystique. And it's not, I mean, I'm obviously half joking when I say these things. Obviously, I have things planned that are more significant than what I'm saying. But also, it's very easy for me to ruin any kind of mystery I have by saying, yeah, this is there because it's cool and, sexy. The type of mask a character wears and the design can tell a lot about the character. Yeah, exactly. This mask says, green, for example. Very insightful. I think I just wanted to give Gabrielle a very princess-like dress. That's always been a dream of mine. Not a dream. That makes it sound like that's my end goal. But when it comes to certain characters, putting them in specific regal, like, formal wear is like, hell yeah. That's what I made them for. Mystique, there's still so much we don't know. I mean, that's true, but that's only because there's so much I haven't made. Chromosynth is weird to talk about because I refuse to say things like my OCs because that makes it sound like I am just inserting characters I made up into situations, which is not a lie, but I want to pretend as if I'm a storyteller who has a story to tell, you know? And I do. And I feel like every now and then when I feel myself getting, you know, lost in the trenches of my own mind, it's Chromosynth and my own characters that helps to ground me. I don't know if that's the case for everyone, but having your own project and your own characters, like things that you feel that are truly yours, it's a good motivator to help you just keep going. And so I genuinely, like, Chromosynth is never something I want to just give up, you know? Even if there's a delay or if there's a long period where nothing happens and I have nothing to provide, it's always in the back of my mind, you know? The moon is rising on my window? Dude, moon video? Hell yeah. But Gabrielle is also very pretty without her mask. Look at her, she's so pretty! And her hair is honestly not that different. It's, her hair, her normal hair is honestly still pretty, you know, smooth, with a few curls, but the only difference between that and her formal hair is that it's slightly more, like, tighter, and doesn't have many curls out of place. Yeah. Also, I forgot I gave her a very casual outfit that's very strawberry, like, shortcake-esque. I don't know if I'm keeping this. This is very, like, I am playing around with my character like a dress-up doll. But I think this is cute. And I'll probably save it for something. Oh my god, wait, moon pics in chat? Moon! Oh my god, it is orange! Yo, oh, she's gorgeous. Oh, I'm feeling her. Oh my god. Freaking love the moon. Honestly, and not to be like, oh my god, I'm so different like this, but when I was in college and I would be walking back home to my dorm at night, I would look up at the moon. I'd be like, hell yeah, that's the fucking moon, bro. You know? Sometimes it be like that. Okay. So that's Gabby done. Let's get Mililani out. And I believe I haven't shown, have I shown? I probably have shown this on stream once or twice. I don't know. It's been a while since I've worked on these overworld sprites. But, yeah, I don't think the only design difference I would say is specifically the mostly the boots, I would say. Besides that, it's basically the same. Left out a word. Me and my gay college friend group. Hey, Worsty. Hey, Worsty. I love making characters who are like, oh my god, that's my baby girl. And then making other characters and I'm like, you fucking bitch. Anyway, stripping you bald and naked for a second. Actually, no, I refuse. I changed his eyes so that they're more, like, highlighted like this. But I think what I'm doing for the sprites is giving them very, very simplified eyes. So I will leave that be. But in the meantime... I think the proudest thing about Mililani that I feel is that the character he was first, like very, very first initially based upon, now he has a complete, like,
non-resemblance to. Because Mililani in his inception was meant to be the more like... He was meant to be the kind of character who's the, you know, kind of cool, but mostly like feminine, perky, like pink guy, you know? Like he's kind of into music, he's kind of cool like that, but he's mostly just meant there to be like pretty. He is meant to be the mask version of Bree, I guess, where Bree is like, you know, very blue and masculine. He's meant to be very like fuchsia and feminine. But then he kind of just turned into an asshole. I started to like characters who were assholes while I was developing Mililani, and so I like form-fitted him into more of an antagonistic character. I have not looked back ever since. It'd be like that, trophy husband. I mean, he's fucking working, so I wouldn't say he's quite a trophy husband. But yeah, important boob line also. It's important that you know exactly where his the boob line is. There you go. Also, I don't know when I decided that Mililani's thing was that he would be wearing a crop top. It just kind of happened. Do you ever just have characters you draw, and even though it's maybe an unspoken rule, you're like, my character would never X and Y, you know? And for me, Mililani, that's like, for the most part, like, he just likes wearing cropped shirts because, I don't know. I think a lot of his aesthetic is very... It's meant to be very futuristic in a way, but also it's very evocative of, I would say, like, 80s, because it is... Because it has that bisexual color palette, you know? And you know, men, they wore tons of crop tops in the 80s. You gotta go back to those days. Also, I think I gave him a crop top because he's pretty, like, well covered in his outfit. And I wanted to give him a reason to slut out a little bit. You know what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying. I love giving excuses, making excuses to have men reveal skin. You know? That's the goal. I'm so sick of designs where the girls are just like, you know, like, I'm wearing skirts, and I'm wearing shorts, and I'm wearing, like, short sleeves, and the men are all wearing, like, long sleeves and long pants, and you can't see a single bit of skin. I'm like, come on. Give us a little bit. Like, equality's sake. You know, gender. See, that's the difference between me and those people. I care about gender equality. Belly button piercing? Ooh, I think I do have a character that has a belly button piercing. That's Avril. Yeah, because I made her the ultimate, like, weird sea punk girl, so she has just piercings. Actually, did I? Hold on. Let me get out her reference to double check. Oh, yep, I gave her a belly button piercing. There it is. Yep, she's cool. I love giving characters, like, things that I would never have because I think it looks good on them and it would not look good on me. Okay, so I colored this entirely like this. Mililani is also an interesting challenge character design-wise, because he's an example of having... He's the best example of my character design ideology of having the base color, as in the color that is most prominent in the design, be a like, almost like a background color. And for Mililani, clearly that's white. As you can see, what makes his colors pop is that his accents are the bright colors. Ooh, Real Wildfire took a picture of the moon. Oh my gosh. Those are so gorgeous. Y'all are a bunch of photographers. Hello. Also, did I change anything about? No, everything's about the same. Except, should I give him lips? I feel like his design looks weird without lips. I'm gonna... Hold on. Sometimes they look weirder when I give them lips, but... Considering...
The moon hates me, I cannot find her. Oh, Rural Wildfire.
Ooh, Rural Wildfire lives near the Appalachians. I don't know, sometimes they look weirder with lips. Or like with like a lip mark. Sometimes they do better without. I think it depends on how the mouth is shaped, mostly. Ugh, gross.
Whatever. The moon hates me, cannot find her. Have you... Now this may seem like novel advice. Have you considered looking up?
They might be somewhere around there. You know what? Maybe no lips. Yeah, I think no lips. We're gonna go with no lips. Anyway, have I shown you guys Mililani is also tragic baldness in this base sprite, I gotta say. Truly. Let me just refine the boobs here. Anyway. I don't think I've shown the formal designs as well, but Mililani's formal design is truly like, let's fucking go. Like when I made his formal design, I was really thinking I want to make this man the fruit of the ball. And it's also really difficult actually to make different outfits for a character whose main aesthetic palette is mostly white but with highlights. So the things he's going to be wearing are mostly white and make him look like a fucking Fire Emblem character. But I guess that's the charm. That hairstyle. Okay, yeah, exactly! I wanted to... So Mililani's hair is technically already, you know, styled, but I wanted to give him even more style to emphasize the formalness of it. I think I initially wanted to hide these formal designs and reveal them in the moment, but fucking... That would mean that I would have, you know, a plan for Chromosynth, and who knows. For now, I'm just gonna be like, hey, work on this stuff with me, and we'll see where it goes, you know? We finally see his other eye. Exactly! Also, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a sucker for a cape. I love a good cape. And we know that Mililani would be an absolute asshole with the theatrics of being the one wearing a fancy cape. That's part of why designing formal outfits is so much fun for me. Not only is it aesthetically, you know, fun, but it also says something about the character, about what they would look like in a formal setting. Ozahika, actually, I don't quite remember why I made the boots like that. Oh, wait. I think I remember now. I think I remember. Okay, I won't say it out loud, but I remember. Anyway. God, my dash is full of Ace Attorney memes right now. Twitter is very particular. It's kind of like YouTube, where you like one post, and suddenly your dash For You page is just full of that specific thing. And I don't know if there are any Ace Attorney fans, or like, you know, classic Ace Attorney fans in chat. But my entire dash is like, who keeps vandalizing the Ace Attorney wiki? And then people posting memes about Sebastian being like, the winner. If you guys don't know, the fan-localized Ace Attorney Investigations games had some, you know, beloved names. And the official translation changed a character from Sebastian de Best, which is, you know, kind of corny, but I think Sebastian fit him. You know, he's kind of a pompous dude. Into Eustace Winner. Eustace Winner. Get it? It's like useless winner, which is kind of like a good translation of his Japanese name, which is like an arrow with no bow or something like that. So like it's kind of poetic, but also his name is fucking Eustace. He's the winner. Like the only thing that's been good about this whole thing is that everyone's outrage is pretty unanimous, and people are like, it's fucking Eustace, bro. Like, it's over. Me and my friends are gonna have is to say a stupid name to voice that game. Marry a girl named Muriel. I can't think of Eustace in any other context besides from Courage the Cowardly Dog. There has been no other Eustace I have seen ever. Which I guess points for uniqueness, but also Jesus. The only other funny thing about the character being named Eustace, besides everyone making fun of him for it, is that canonically, his dad fucking hates him, so it makes sense that he would name his kid Eustace, because, like, that man had it out for his son. From the Voyage of the Dawn Treader? Damn! If it wasn't a Narnia film... Wait, actually, did they make a third Narnia movie? I know they definitely made Prince Caspian, because they made Susan and Prince Caspian kind of buy for buy in that movie, but I don't remember if they made a third. I don't think I read the entire Narnia series as a kid. It was just a movie only thing growing up. What is his dad's name's gonna be? That's the thing. In the Ace Attorney fan translation, it was not Eustace. It was Sebastian de Best and Blaise de Best, because his dad had like a fire theme going on. But what is fire? What is he gonna do with like fucking Bernie? Bernie Winner? Is his name Bernie? Oh my god! If his name's fucking Bernie, I'm gonna. Oh my god! It's gonna be so bad. Oh, I'm ready for it though. It's nice to not take Ace Attorney too seriously. It's nice to be humbled now and then by the game itself, being like, you like sob and piss your pants over these characters, and we're gonna name one of them Eustace. At this point, I gotta like wonder. Do you think the official localization team? Do you think they knew? Like, I'm sure they were giggling, being like, "Oh my god, it sounds like useless. It's like the pun. It's like the pun." But then, they didn't think that the name Eustace is just. It's like naming. It's like naming someone. I guess. What's a name that's like Eustace? It's such a uniquely shitty name. Sauceless, yeah. Gretchen? I was thinking of Gretchen, But then you have Gretchen Wieners from Mean Girls, so it's actually not too bad. She saved the name, I gotta say. Honestly, the only other name I could think of it is Muriel. It's so fitting. Like, Muriel is the only other name that's like Eustace, and I'd be like, it's only for, like, old fuckers. Eunice? I have a soft spot for names that start with EU, because a lot of Korean names start with that like EU sound. So I'm actually more familiar with it. Like Eunsu, like Uni, stuff like that. It's cute. I'll forgive it because it's Korean. But not Eustace. Sympathy for every Let me rephrase that. I have sympathy for EUN names. That's it. Mildred? Okay, that's good. That's what I was trying to think about. What about Milford? Do people still name their kids Milford anymore? Worst baby names in the world. Imagine, like, firstly, you got Steven Universe fusion style of two of the world's best names. Naming your kid MILF. Is Milford a name, or did I make that up? Did that come from the bowels of my subconscious? Anyway, oh yeah, I think I drew a... Oh yeah, I drew this extra curl because this goes over the mask. I gave Mililani a very particular mask. Funnily enough, I believe it is the only mask where, if you would notice that Gabby's mask had the eyes be whited out, Mililani's is the only one that features one eye being blacked out instead. Because of schmimbolism. Milford is an actual name? Okay, thank you for doing the research. But yeah, it's not super common, but it's real. Sorry, my roommate's playing Elden Ring right now, and I got a notification for that. But yeah, that's the Millie. Did I? Oh, ooh! Did I kind of gave him a little bit of the start of something. Ooh, okay. I kind of gave him like a cute little ensemble here with like the puffy jacket and the sleeves. Okay. I curse all Milfords to be milfless. Listen. Again, what is with the unnecessary cruelty in chat today? No one deserves to be milfless. Even motherfuckers named Milford. Guinevere? Guinevere is cool. I think Guinevere sounds a lot like Arthur, in that it's an old-fashioned name, but it's kind of fantasy-esque or medieval. And it can come back. It can come back. Also, Gwen is a good name. I like the name Gwen. Phineas? I'll one-up you on that one. Ferb. Phineas is a pretty interesting name. Ferb is nigh irredeemable. Dude, imagine carrying a child in your womb for almost a year, and it comes out, and you name that fucker Ferb. That's child abuse. You're dooming that person to a life. Well, I mean, unless they change the name, but that's kind of a hassle to go through legally. But, like, you're dooming them to an existence of being a dude named Ferb. What was their sister's name? Candace. And Candace is a pretty name. I like the name Candace. Because it gives me, like, red vibes. Like, cherry red. Wah, 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 wah. Ferb is short for Furby. Oh, damn it! Did you want me to say the sister's name so you can do a D's nuts joke? Guys... Shut up. Candy... No, it's... The joke is Candy's nuts fit in your mouth, not Candy's nuts in your mouth. That sentence doesn't grammatically make sense, Friendly Ocean Mower. Boo! Boo! You did not get me. Do better next time. Sometimes, I realized this today, sometimes there are names that, you know how a lot of names, like the full version sounds stuffy, but the short version sounds, like, right? Like, you meet someone named Zacharias. Like, what the hell? But if you meet someone named Zach, it's like, okay, Zach. I realize that there's a name that's exactly the opposite. I really don't like the name Doug. Like, the name Doug evokes a very particular, like, just a dude to me. No offense to the Dougs out there, but it's just like, Doug. It's like, ugh. It's like, Doug. I don't know. It reminds me of, like when you... For some reason, I think it's because it's visually close to dog. I just think of, like, just the most, like, beige color. But, I bring up Doug because I think the name Douglas is actually much better than the shortened version of Doug. And that is, I think, a little uncommon when it comes to names. Because, actually, I would rather someone be named Frederick than just Fred. I don't like the name just Fred. Because that's like a bro name, but Frederick is like, ooh. Instead of someone named Ed, it's like Edward. Ooh. I don't know. Maybe you can tell that I have a weakness for fancy names sometimes. But, you know. My old guitar teacher was named Douglas? Damn. Imagine naming your child Gertrude. Okay, I have one. Imagine naming your child Phyllis. And listen, I think when you hear the word Phyllis, it sounds very pretty. Like, you know, like Philly, like with love. But when I see the spelling of the word Phyllis, my mind autocorrects it to syphilis. And it's just so close that I can't look at that word anymore. Like, it's bad. It's not good. I'm very impartial to dudes named DJ because there was an awful dude in my class named DJ. Aww. I've actually met a few people in my life that do the, you know, the something junior and then shortening it to DJ. I met a TJ, a CJ, a BJ. That one was quite unfortunate. Yeah. I don't think I've met a DJ. The thing about the J, the junior thing, is that, is there any limit to what letter doesn't apply? Like, I mean, yeah, there are people named JJ, right? It's, yeah. EJ, FJ's weird. AJ, BJ, CJ, DJ, EJ, FJ, GJ. HJ is weird. IJ, no. KJ, ooh, KJ's alright. LJ, that sounds like a cell phone brand. MJ, oh, that's Mary Jane. NJ, no. OJ, orange juice. PJ, oh, PJ's cute. I can't think of someone having, like, I can't think of a grown person having the name PJ, though. PJ is such a, like, a little kid name. Like, it's a cute name, but it's like, come on. You're just like a little guy. NJ is New Jersey, that's true. PJ is not cute past the age of 7, yeah. You got your first jump scare in Until Dawn, yeah! OJ Simpson finally got the killer? Dude. OJ Simpson is such an interesting cultural phenomenon. Especially because, that famous quote where he's like, I'm not gonna go back to Los Angeles because the killer might still be there. And I'm like, is he? Will he be there? Okay, man. Also, this just, I mean, aside from the fact that people were, like, killed, and that is a genuine tragedy, the fact that this man had the audacity to write a book called If I Did It, and the people who were, you know, in charge of publishing the book legally were in control of how the book looked, so they put the if in super, super small lettering and just made it look like it said I did it. Which is kind of cool of them, not gonna lie. Very ridiculous situation, I gotta say. That whole situation. Oh, I think the reason why. So these casual outfits, because they're named after. They're not named after. They're modeled after the character's favorite food. Because you know how Gabrielle's favorite food is like a strawberry, which is why her outfit is strawberry themed. Mililani's favorite food is. Hold on, I think it's white chocolate. But at one point, I think I made it macarons. So I made it so you can see the little macaron shape in the earbuds. But I think I'm gonna make it more chocolate themed. Regardless. I just remembered. I love theming. If I can't have a character that's just themed after a food, I will give an existing character an alt outfit that is themed after a food. I'm curious how you'll pull off a grilled fish outfit. Honestly, I mean, some of the designs aren't meant to be literally like, if you look at them, you will evoke the idea of fish. But it's more so like, some of them are very aesthetically meant to resemble, like for Gabrielle, like the strawberry theme is very intentional. But I think for Brie, it's literally just gonna be more of like a casual, like fisherman outfit. I think that would be the most apropos. Remember that casual outfit I drew Brie in like a while ago that had the cat like woman want me, fish fear me? I think that's probably the closest thing that we'll get. Oh yeah, I gave him goggles. What was up with that? Okay, sexy. Okay. Anyway. Alright, let's get you back to normal. The family of his late wife received some of his assets to the rights of the book, and they're the ones that changed the cover to make the if small and barely legible. Which is like such a petty thing to do, but they're completely, you know, in their right to do that. Which I love that for them. Like, if you have the audacity to make that book in the first place, like, it's the least they could do. Saying sappy food aesthetic associations. Listen, I work at the library and I read some strawberry shortcake books. They knew what the fuck they were doing with those character designs. I love... See, this is why stuff like Winx never quite, like, stuck with me, because I know they're like a girl team with, like, different powers and whatever, but, and I see that, I'm like, okay, but then I see strawberry shortcake and I'm like, oh my god, that one's like a lemon, and that one's like a blueberry. For some reason, it just hits harder if they're like themed. If they're visibly themed. You know? I need to look at a character, look at the group they belong in, and compartmentalize their role in the group by connecting them to a separate existing category. This is how my brain works, people. Why do you think I made Chromosyn the fucking color dictionary of the game? Oh, I did draw Bree. I drew Rowan too. Oh, but before that, let's get to OJ. Speaking of OJ, oh yeah, I drew what was this? Oh, this outfit is called Gender. I wonder why. I wonder if it's because I want to give characters, regardless of what gender they are, I want to give them different kinds of gender expressions because gender. You know how it is. Anyway, let's get Ojin's reference out and make sure the colors are the same. Short hair Ojin? Yeah. Consider it an alt version. So Ujin's typical version looks like this. And that's, yeah, honestly that's pretty much the same. The only difference is oh yeah, the pants details, I forgot. It's very important that Ujin has the pants pockets to show that they are savvy with the pants. Important. The hoodie off the shoulders, the hair, this is gender. Yeah, exactly! I gotta make the same outfit, but make it like slightly gender, you know? One thing I hope to establish with Chromosyn, and by extension how the, you know, the characters can be played around with in fandom, I hope that I can encourage people to play around with gender presentation with Chromosynth characters, because the canon of Chromosynth is that because these people are essentially made partly out of light, it allows them to, you know, in a certain way, influence their presentation and change it in a kind of a magical way. Think, you know, like how the guys in Steven Universe were projections of light and therefore could have like different forms they could take. I want it to be similar to that. So if a character wanted to be, you know, gender fluid, they could literally change their appearance in different presentations to reflect that. And I don't know, I just like the idea of having characters in general present themselves in different ways. And so I hope that, you know, I hate being the person who's like, when Chromosynth gets big and gets a fandom, like, I hate talking like that because it sounds completely conceited and it makes it seem like that kind of thing is inevitable when it's, honestly, the lucky few it happens to gets the fandom. But I'd like to think that things like gender bends, quote unquote, are more of a welcome expression of character design with Chromosyn. Sometimes you gotta be your own hype man, exactly. Are you capable of drawing cube-headed Endermen? I don't know if you know this, but I ran an Enderman Ask account on DeviantArt, so yeah, I am capable of drawing Enderman. Remember that one stream where I went over the Enderman Ask account? That was a good stream. I forgot you showed us that. How could you ever forget? Let's also change this plus because it's looking slightly like a certain symbol, and let's make sure it looks like a good normal, like a regular cross, not like a different cross, you know? Ooh, Eldritch. Damn. I will keep Discord up to see what you put in sketch requests, specifically. Gotta boot up Minecraft real quick for a pic. I mean, you can always go on Google. You don't have to show me, like, a screenshot from Minecraft in the flesh. Honestly, Ujin's design was made once I changed her jacket from the sheer orange to the blue with the orange highlights. Then that like design was like I did it. That's the design. Still proud of that moment. Custom Enderman. What? Custom Enderman? For Pride Month, do you have I Like Menderman? Sorry, I couldn't resist making that joke. But that's interesting. I look forward to it. Do people... I think I've seen people do that on Twitter still. Make the little roleplay accounts. Like there's like a Slenderman blog that's like comments on random people's posts saying collect my pages. I can appreciate the dedication to the bit at the very least. If there's anything I also want to imbue in my design philosophy, is that I want to make my characters fun to cosplay. You know? You don't really think about that when you're designing characters. I personally do, because I like to design characters that feel real, as in like a real person could wear them. Not just for cosplayability, but just to make them feel like they exist. But one thing I do enjoy about designing characters is making it so that I can imagine a real person being like, yeah, I could imagine someone like looking like that. Ooh, I see the Enderman. What the heck? They look so pretty. Got the skin and some stylized art. Ooh. Who drew the art? Was that you? Like literally, we were just drawing Mililani, where the whole aesthetic was having a neutral tone as the base and having the highlights be the strong colors. That Enderman is tasty looking. Tasty colors. I always admired Minecraft art that took the very blocky, open to interpretation style and really just pumped up the monsterness of them. It's kind of like that one artist that drew like really realistic Pokemon. Not like disgusting realistic, like, oh my god, it's a minion with his skull open. But like Pokemon is like, it's an actual dinosaur, you know? Made by a guy who just really knows about dinosaurs. I like that.
This I did draw. Ooh. Teddy bear.
Actually, I think I've seen this once or twice. Do people still... You know, I know people use The Sims every now and then as background references. Do people use Minecraft as background references? That's kind of cracked, actually. I could imagine that working pretty well. Especially since Minecraft is, in all sense of the word, a building game. So you could customize it pretty well. 5 a.m. time for bed. Jesus. Seno, conduct your train all the way to bed, and thank you for coming. Have a good night. Seno, sleep! Seno, sleep. Also, I gotta fix, Ujin's eyes. They are not nearly, There we go. Always nice to be here. Always nice to see you, Seno. And also, thank you again for the raid earlier. I think the only thing I'm gonna really fix about this, also, be gone glasses. The only thing I'm gonna really fix about this is the order of the hair buns. So I think they would actually be somewhat in the middle here. It would actually be like right there when it comes to layering. And then this would be like right here. Not gonna lie, I gave Ujin hair buns not only because they're cute and they allow for this, nice wire aesthetic, but because Ujin's creature is a mouse, and how would I ever pass up the opportunity to have a mouse person themed and have their hair not look like this? It's the perfect crime. Mouse and oranges. Yeah! Their hair buns do look like little oranges. You know, I can't be sure of most original character design things, but I can say for sure that I am the first person to come up with a character whose theming is mice and oranges. Do you think I'm like the first in the world? That's honestly the goal, is to make a character that is unique purely by nature of the assorted theming they have. That's honestly the only way I function when it comes to categorizing my characters, is just put a bunch of themes on them. Alright, it is 11:30. I can feel myself, reaching my limit. So I am going to quickly finish this up, and then we can start on Eldritch's sketch. They are very Firefox coded, this character whose name I forgot. You know what? Ujin would use Firefox. If you ever forget my characters' names, just remember, the first letter of their name is the same as their main color. I do this not only for you, but also for me. Again, themes. Themes and limitations, specifically. It is much easier to name a character when you're not just going off of a vague vibe, you're going off of, okay, I am limited to names that start with this letter, where can I go from here? You know? Alright, what did I give them for the formal design? Oh yeah! I made them swag. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, this is their mask. I made it like... their mask, quote unquote. It covers the eyes. Also, go away glasses. Yeah. I forgot it was... I forgot how swag it was. Steampunk, yeah! The goggles look like the power symbol. Yeah, that's what the fuck is up, Safi. Real recognizes real. It's almost like, you know, it's almost like the symbol that's here, the power symbol, and you know, you can put it up there. Yeah, what's up? What's up? Schmimbolism. That's my favorite. Also, for some reason, the mask just kind of stops over here, so let me extend that. I don't know what I was thinking. The steampunk bonus case from Ace Attorney 6? What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, speaking of steampunk, yeah, thanks, Sang. Thanks, Brain, for your pearls of wisdom, as always. I'm looking forward to playing Ace Attorney tomorrow. Ah, good game. Silly game, but good. I still can't believe the last trial ended the way it did. I'm not gonna spoil anything, but literally I predicted, like, it better not fucking be this, because that's the only way I can see the story happening, and it was that. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? But it was very silly. It's like, man, I was hoping for something cooler, but the answer was just a little silly. And I was like, you know what? It's Ace Attorney. What am I thinking? Why would I want anything different? I'm too used to the regular Ace Attorney games where the person who, you know, is responsible for the murder is like a really cool villain who has a really cool, like, no moment at the end of the case. I can't believe Asogi came back and he and Naruto made out for the last 10 minutes of the chapter. I can't believe what happened up there above chat actually happened during the Ace Attorney gameplay stream the entire time. Wow, it's like it was made for us, guys. Anyway, I don't regret putting that image in the Ace Attorney gamer stream. It's like one of my favorite images. Also, it's kind of inevitable that I would do steampunk for Ujin, considering that brown is a notable color in their palette. And come on, what else can you do? Also, Ujin in a ponytail is very swag.
Look at my lawyers, dog. I'm going to jail. Gonna head to sleep now since my eyes are so heavy. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for coming, Radiant Roses. I hope you have a very restful night. Much rest for you. I hate to get sentimental, but I love it when people say like, I'm getting sleepy now. Gonna head to bed, bye. Like as a formal goodbye. Instead of just like clicking off the screen and being like, well, I'm done. For some reason, it's very endearing to me when people, you know, in my stream allegory where I am in the auditorium and I am rambling and drawing on the stage and people are filtering in, it is very endearing to me when someone stands up and goes, bye, because it makes me go, oh, bye. There's something very communal about it. Keep them coming. Do you think one day, you guys will turn on the stream and the literal layout of the stream where it looks... Okay, let me visually show you what I mean. What if there was a stream layout that looked like this, in which, okay, this is the screen. This is the screen. And so, you see me, I'm on a green screen, and I'm at a podium like this, and there's a projector image with what I'm drawing and what my screen is showing, and then people in chat are like heads in the audience, just in the distance, and then maybe you see chat over here. Wouldn't that be that would really make the metaphor hit for every time I come, I feel like I'm streaming and that people are just shuffling into my auditorium. Alas. Unfortunately, the rest of Ujin's palette isn't quite conducive, I mean, to the steampunk style. Where the fuck do you put this blue? Right here, maybe? Maybe. Does this work? Who knows? Who knows? Something like that. Certainly something like that. Stream avatars are those heads? Exactly. Ujin not beating the most beautiful competitor allegations? Oh my gosh, 2 palms! I think it's been a while since I've actually seen someone, openly, you know, for Ujin of all characters. Because, you know, I'm not gonna lie, I draw my characters to be attractive,
You know, that is not my singular goal, but it's one of them. But for Ujin, it's relatively rare, that kind of compliment, so I appreciate it. I returned from mom time. I hope you had a good mom time. Hell yeah. Yeah, I think the blue can go here for the peas. Actually, it doesn't make it look very formal. If it looks like Ujin is wearing just jeans. I hope Mom Wildfire is doing well as well. You know what? Nix that. We can ditch this. Alright, let's start on that sketch, shall we? Time to draw the Enderman. She's sleepy from the heat. Oh no. Okay. I will draw the block man. I mean, this is a sketch, which is meant to be one color, so I feel like this is doing the character a disservice. But, you know. Let me see if my Enderman muscles still work. And when I say Enderman muscles, I mean just the power of drawing blocks in 3D space. I am doing some creative liberties with these interpretations of the design, by the way. I gotta say, maybe it just hasn't been summer in a while, approximately 1 year, but it'd be hot outside. I'm so used to spring where it's just hot every now and then it's cold, and then it's hot and cold. And so I'm feeling the heat, and I'm like, okay. And I'm thinking it's temporary because I'm just so used to it switching back and forth. But the heat just keeps happening, man. I don't like it. It's too much. It's also very humid where I am in Maryland. It's just, it's not good, man. I hate summer so much. This is the coldest summer for the rest of your life. You take that back. You take that back, Eldritch. I'm just gonna, like, literally for the rest of my life, I'm gonna move up north slowly, little by little, so that as the world's temperature, like, goes up, my temperature will stay the same. I'll just be norther. And eventually, when I'm 50, I'll be living in the fucking North Pole. So from my perspective, everything is fine. I thought I could escape the heat by moving up north. Santa. I am Santa. Don't ask me why I gave him the autism hands. It's so that I can show off the little flames that they have. I don't know why I went for such a loose interpretation of the Menderman, but I don't know. I'm just not used to drawing monsters, so it feels nice to have some creative like freedom over it. I thought you were gonna give him the body of a banana peel? What? So you mean like a squid? Where it looks like this? Absurd. There is something very interesting to me about keeping the blocky head, but making an otherwise almost human-like body shape. Something interesting to me about that. That's why I'm doing it. The blocky head is so aesthetic. I know, right? I'm still a sucker for those character designs that are just my head is a shape. And then like the rest of my body is a person. I love that. Never don't stop not doing that. Nailed it.
Oh, won regional and state a few times too for spelling? Damn!
You were the school's spelling bee champ for like 7 years? I'm not gonna lie. I tried the school's spelling bee once when I was in middle school. I was up against a guy I really liked. Middle school crushes are so cringe because the guy you like is someone that you think is the guy that you read in books or that you saw on TV, but they're just like a guy. And I thought he was like so different and cool, and like we made memes together and we posted on Facebook together, and I thought he was so epic. And I was so like I hate saying this now, but I need to do this to humble myself. I was the kind of girl in middle school where I would purposefully mess up my hair in front of him to show him that I was like I don't care. Like, I don't care about like my appearance. I'm like cool or whatever. And now I look back on it, I'm like, what the fuck were you doing, Sang? You probably look like ass. Like, I don't know if you pulled it off or not, but like all for him, I don't know. I don't know if it was worth it. And the best part is that I named the Chromosynth character after him. And you guys will never know which one he is, because he's a relatively obscure one that I haven't drawn in a while. I named a few Chromosynth characters after people I knew, like Sally, for example, Bree, for example, Mara, but not a lot of guy names, but one of the guy names was the guy I had a crush on in middle school. I think he's in a band now. No, he was in a band last time I checked, which was many years ago. On an unrelated note, I came up with Wyatt for one of my characters because it was the name of a kid from a PBS Kids show called Super Y, and I thought the name was cool. Sometimes it be like that, man. Sometimes you just see like a cool name in the strangest places, and you're like, I can do that. I can use that. Super Y. Super Y. Super Y. He's that guy. He's Super Y. Who's got the power to read. Who looks all the books, all the answers we need. Super Y. Super Y. Sorry. Sometimes you know, once a PBS kid, always a PBS kid. That's what I say. Admittedly, when I was a child, I had a lot of crushes because I was surrounded by people that I felt the need to impress. Because if I did not impress them, then I feared that I did not have any attachment to them. So what I would do is I'd be like, I'm bored. I'm gonna have a crush on this person and see where that takes me. And where that took me usually was brain rot. There was actually a moment where I think this was also in middle school, Jesus, where I was so bored and I was like, nothing exciting is happening in here. So I was like, I'm gonna pick a crush and then you're gonna have a crush on him. And then years later, I was still nervous around him. And I don't know why. I created a mental obstacle for myself because of my desire to make my life a little interesting. I used to crush on Enderman. I mean, I don't not get it. He's so tall and handsome as hell. He's so bad, but he does it so well. You know? He's got that vibe. Also, they're very gender, I gotta say. There's something very beautiful about the Enderman. Gendermen. Ladies and gendermen. Because I'm drawing a character that's relatively simple, I'll go ahead and add extra colors for you. Oh, I'm yawning. Oh, that's a sign. It's a sign of the end. Alright. Oh, their eyes are actually not white. It should be that, actually. Curse my penchant for white eyes. I'm sorry, I'm a traditionalist. I just like it when eyes are just, you know. Sometimes I see characters with like yellow eyes, and I'm like, I'm sure that's nice for them, but I don't know. I'm just as a by the books kind of person. The same with people drawing yellow teeth. Like, I'm sure it's realistic and stylized, but I'm just like, I don't know. Teeth are teeth. It's easier to have a shortcut. Oh, I'm so sleepy. Oh. Eldritch, is this satisfactory? I must know, because I have not drawn an Enderman in many a year, so I don't know if this is quite what you were expecting. I hope you appreciate I drew a collarbone for him. I'm saying him in the most gender neutral way I can imagine, by the way. So I hope you appreciate that at least. I tried making him look a little sexy. Remember the skin tooth mentioned earlier in the stream? I don't... Wait, I do. I do! Why do you bring it up by chance? That? Do that? But Endermen don't have a mouth! Fine. Per your request. I mean, it's different when it's a monster, okay? It's different when it's a monster because they're, like, built like that. But when it's a person, it's weird. It looks cute when it's a monster, don't get me wrong. It kind of looks like a little kitty face. You know what? Even though I didn't get much done artistically this stream, when it comes to sheer things productivity-wise, I did 2 sketch requests. I consider that productive. I'm about to go drive and see the moon. Good night, Zangled. Ender. Good night, Eldritch. I will post the Enderman in chat. Enderman 4 tracks.
Anyway, do I feel like anything else? That's a good question. We can at least end on something new. But look, there's Bree! Remember, it's Bree! Oh my god, my Bree! My little cheese. My little cheese. I have I have characters that I'm just like way too fond of just because I designed them to be like me targeted, you know? Do you ever design a character that's like, that character is designed for me? Like, I have designed a character that if this character existed in its own media, I would be like, who designed that character and why did they think of me? You know? Bree is very much like that. My Bree-loved. Mm-hmm. All my characters. You know what? That's the right way to be. Ultimately, for Bree's design, I ended up giving her a more sailor-esque aesthetic than initially intended, because I think it brings it together a bit more. Instead of making Bree kind of just this formal, preppy, blue thing, you know? The sailor aesthetic kind of like helps tie it to like a background or something. Also, Bree with the suspenders is very cute, in my opinion. Also, what I like about Bree design-wise is that Bree's expressions are usually like neutral for the most part, but whenever you put that with a hat, it almost always covers her eyes mostly, so it makes her look really, like, scary. Also, I'm probably gonna adjust this design a little bit because I try to avoid making my designs too symmetrical, and Bree's design is almost 100% symmetrical. So I'll probably, like, add something to give it a bit of flavor, but yeah. Oh my god. Cursed. Cursed. It's Ujin's thing. Oh my god. She's kind of rocking it though, I'm not gonna lie. Oh my god, Bree, but with Ujin's clothes. Kidding. Anyway. Did I have anything for you? Oh, nope. Alright. Hold on. I need to get the woman want me, fish fear me outfits out. Where is it? It's here somewhere, I know it. There it is! Yeah! We have some of it. Listen, I'm gonna use those talk sprites eventually, because I worked fucking hard on those. But Bree with the fish hat, I'm gonna make that a reality. Yeah! I forgot that I just put fish on the hat. Like, that's the theme. Does it make sense when characters have a natural kitty-like mouth? Do I have a character with that mouth? I mean, honestly, the way the mouth is shaped, I could totally see people... Because the way lips are shaped, it's very, like, you know... In a way, when you think about it, lips are, like, they go up in the middle a little bit. So having something like this is not that far off from a realistic mouth. But anyway, I'm saving this for later because... Firstly, I think Bree looks very cute with a side tilt to the hat. And also, fish. You, me, gas station. What are we getting? Fish! Anyway. Alright. And who could forget
the lad. I also think this is a design that I have to work on because it's ultimately too symmetrical. And unlike kind of like Bree's design, in which I needed to add the sailor aesthetic to make it a bit more fashion cohesive, with Rowan, it needs like a specific something to give it, like, I like assigning characters things, as you know, but specifically I like giving them specific aesthetic themes. Like, for example, you could say that Adam is kind of a dark academia, you can say Gabrielle is a very like cottagecore, Ujin is kind of this modern gamer aesthetic, Bree has kind of the sailor thing. With Rowan, there's nothing very clearly defined, and I think I want to define something for him. Because otherwise, he's just kind of... Oh my god, I gave him such fabulous eyelashes last time. I don't remember that, but good for him. If there's anything that has stuck with every Rowan design, is that he has the most angled eyes ever. Which, I love that for him. But, yeah. Anyway, I still want to keep the hoodie. I want to keep the little animal themes of the outfit. Maybe I'll try to insert some more traditional aspects of his design. Since he's... Maybe. I don't know. I have to do something with his design. Because for the most part, this is too, like, mishmashed. I want to have something cohesive beneath all this. But yeah. Also, oh, cursed. Again. Can you tell that Ujin was the base for all of these? Yep. Alright. Cursed. Oh yeah, Rowan is probably the closest I have to like an elf character because he just has naturally pointed ears. I did that because he's like a little goblin person. And of course, who could forget the Heidi? I think her eyes are slightly off. Hold on. I think I'll have to, yeah, because her eyes are looking down a little bit. I want them to be looking up. But this is Heidi's, I believe this is her old design. But when I redesigned her, it's a bit more cohesive in that the dress is a bit more, yeah. But it's Heidi. Yeah. I don't know if I'm a fan of the way I try to integrate this like light lavender, but I'll try to figure it out. Maybe it looks better with the light lavender. Maybe it's more cohesive that way. Maybe it's better if it's more symmetrical and boring, like the pink. But whatever. And also, we can't forget Clown Boy. This is also his old design. But you can tell that not only does he have the Jester aesthetic, but he is also very clearly, like, the blueberry aesthetic is there. I love incorporating, like, the foods very subtly in their designs, which is why, like, the little jingle bells have that design, why these look like puffy blueberry shorts, literally the blue spots. Oh yeah. Did I... Oh yeah, I gave him a... Oh my god, he looks so dapper. I gotta work on him. I forgot how cute he is. I gave him a little... Oh yeah, I forgot that's what I did. I gave Claude his casual outfit has like suspenders like Heidi. Well, Heidi's casual outfit is, you know, it's kind of like Claude's. It's almost like they're parallel or something. Anyway, yeah. Oh yeah, I wanted to have fun with her design, which included this for some reason, which I'm sure exists in the world. Anyway, that'll be the stream. I was just munching around in my sketches because I couldn't think of anything else. But this is done. Let's oh my god, a Strawberry Kitty playlist? What a perfect end to the stream. Thank you for this stream. Have a good night. Have a good weekend. Hey, I will still be streaming tomorrow. Oh my gosh, I actually completed a 4-hour stream on a Saturday. That's an accomplishment for me, because usually Saturdays I am pooped. I am in the toilet. But it looks like Ryan is streaming. And Ryan is streaming... I don't know what he's streaming. I'm busy watching an ad. But thank you for... When people say thank you for streaming, I'm like... Again, sentimental. But I think to myself, like... Stop. Just stop. Because I stream because my streams are very self-indulgent. I think that's why I get emotional when people say thank you for streaming, because it's the idea that other people get something from this. That makes me truly happy. That's all I want to say. Anyway, let's raid Ryan Phantom. He is currently watching Reggie Fils-Aimé for some reason. I don't know what's happening. But let me attempt to copy Rowadfar's message as I usually do. And then delete the last half of it. There we go. Alright. I got it. I got it! Yes. Okay. Give Ryan my love. I don't know why he's showing Reggie if he's probably... Maybe he's talking about the Nintendo Direct? I don't know what the hell's happening over there. But... it's a good time with Ryan. Give him my love. I'm tired. Ace Attorney tomorrow. We will be starting the last chapter of the first Great Ace Attorney game. Look forward to that. Hello. Alright. Bye guys! Good night!